push. This is big. That looks like they're swooping in for against the world. Can they do it?
So, really feeling good about this spot.
Is gonna try and push into this dome.
They're running full blue on everybody is now. No, wait, hold up.
That's gonna end up taking it. Error being chewed through right now. Welcome back to the Challenger Circuit, guys. It has been a hot minute since ALGS brought us this kind of action, but now, with the return of Split 2, we are right back into it with plenty of teams looking to prove themselves at that top level and make it into the Pro League.
Absolutely. Here with the Challenger Circuit, it is looking absolutely juicy with our teams, Dia, and with the action that we just saw happen down this past weekend with the ALGS Pro League looking at NA. I'm excited to see what our teams are going to bring up to the plate here in the finals for this first Challenger Circuit.
Especially because there's so much learning that has to be done in the initial parts of the split. You have to have been watching Pro League because Stormpoint is now being integrated, and a lot of these Challenger Circuit squads will be hitting the map for the first couple of times. But as we get into that, let's talk a little bit about what Challenger Circuit is and what it means to all these players, because we talked about them getting their chance at Pro League, but the way that they're going to do that is by playing through all 4 of the Challenger Circuits that we have over the course of this split, and hoping that at the end of that, you have enough points that you've accumulated in the finals to make it in.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen teams like Nightmare come out of the Challenger Circuit now competing in the Pro League, putting in a lot of work, and the points and scores, they remain the same. First place, you're going to be able to obtain 12 points. Second place, 9 points. Third place, 7. Fourth with 5 points. Fifth with 4 points. So on and so forth going down the line. So you know a lot of these teams playing on both Stormpoint and World's Edge at the end of the last 3 games that we're going to have tonight. Just like we saw in the Pro League, a lot of these teams are going to want to bring out those compositions, make sure they can secure that KP, but winning is the name of the game at the end of the day, with those 12 points being such a deal breaker.
Yeah, it's, at this level especially, a lot easier to take first place than it is to kill 4 separate squads. And often, nicely enough, getting first place comes with a nice batch of kills as well, as you're cleaning everything up. With the kills being so important, we've talked about Stormpoint, we've got Horizons, we've got Ashes starting to join us, and these teams will have 4 chances to do it throughout the course of the season, with us starting off Challenger Circuit number 1 today, but having 4.
Yeah, and you know, talking about what's at stake here, following the 4 Challenger Circuit tournaments in Split 2, the top 12 teams in each region by cumulative points will be earned throughout the circuits. They will be able to qualify for the winner's bracket. You could see the different dates here going on for the different Challenger Circuits. I believe it's going to be March 14th, March 21st, March 28th, and April 11th. That's going to be 4 online Challenger Circuit final tournaments that will be streamed on these dates. You definitely don't want to miss out on that. But also, you could take a look at the participating teams that are going to be happening throughout this weekend, throughout finals. They were able to play to get here in the first place. But again, those 4 different dates, we're going to have a lot of these teams come out. We're going to have a change of pace between the compositions that are going to be coming into Stormpoint as well as World's Edge.
And each and every single time, we are going to have this whittling down that occurs, because Challenger Circuit doesn't just happen today. This is the finals, but all these teams had to play through multiple lobbies to get here and be at least in the top 10 of each of them. So the semifinals have given us these specific top 10 teams on each side, and that's what we can take going into this, is knowing that everybody here has at least had 1 or 2 pop-off games throughout the course of a very long weekend to make it to these finals. And I want to take a moment, we'll list down even further into 4 teams that we can keep our eyes on. Starting off, we have Redeemed. Now, I have been looking at Redeemed for a very long time. A roster largely formed around Oxy Aries, but these guys have a lot of professional experience with Joey Blackout and Z Davis, who are all excellent anchors. These are all players that I look at as the most stable on their team. So performances should be really, really stable from Redeem.
Yeah, and then looking on the other side of the coin, you see Asteria here. This is a team that I've been keeping my eyes on because this team has been popping off. Back when they were playing with their current third in a one-off tournament, he actually led in both kills and damage, and now seeing them here in the finals is no surprise. They've been absolutely just dominating the competition, and I really would not be surprised if they either take first here within this first Challenger Circuit finals, or at least do really, really well. So you definitely want to keep your eyes on this team, and they play zone very, very well too. So the synergy that this team has is definitely something you don't want to miss.
Yeah, Asteria did really well in the Pro League qualifiers as well, and so did CCE, who were right alongside them. I believe one position above, and it was after a I would say, interesting season where Plugged Cube specifically was hopping around between rosters. Ghost Gaming, I will say at the very end, will not be playing today.
Yeah.
We've got a few other teams that we can keep our eyes on, but if you want to see them, I recommend tuning in towards the Pro League. We do have Game 1 started up right now, though, so let's see if these 4 teams, or if these 3 teams, rather, can give us those big performances that we're looking for.
I mean, bouncing off of just the amount of teams that we're going to see today, I'm so excited because we have teams like Wingman Season, aka NSX. A lot of people have their eyes on this team, especially after they were able to make finals today with just a sub alone. But now, Dia, they have Noko back, and I expect them to continue to pop off, especially looking at how they've been playing so far in Stormpoint. This is a really good team with a really good synergy.
I was taking a look at Noko's stream earlier today because he was actually playing for quite a long time, and the reason I was doing it is because I was going, I haven't actually seen you play in a while, and it's because Noko hadn't played in, I think, about a week and a half until today, and it took 7 hours to warm up. Finally, at the end, was looking pretty good, but I want to see how that ends up going in terms of gelling with the team, in terms of making the right calls at the right times, and it's going to be tested early because taking a look at the map right now, we've got some contests going down over at Fish Farms.
And this is something that we saw early on when we saw a lot of teams testing out where they feel comfortable in landing on Stormpoint, and with Fish Farms already getting contested, you sometimes see Fish Farms being split up into teams going into Gale Station, but that's not the case here early on. And with this early contesting already going on throughout the rest of the map, you can expect the game pace to kick things off real quickly at the very start.
Now, Eclectic are definitely a team that I think could find a way to fight this out. They actually did really well in the most recent Nerd Street Winter Championships, coming right in below Torrent after the course of 6 games. So, if anybody can take on a squad with Noko and Zednim on it, even Stooney on this roster, it would be Eclectic, who are performing almost at the pro level. Right now, though, the long-range battle doesn't seem to be favoring them, and you do have the chance to disengage right now, because Ring does take us up a little bit further north this game.
Yeah, you can see here, too, that Eclectic, they're looking to get a lot more aggressive. We've seen Eclectic before here, and they are just going to wander off. You're going to want to actually try to prioritize some looting in the building right behind them, but that doesn't mean that Wingman Season is going to hold off either. You saw Noko was able to get away. He did use up that dome early on, just so that way he can enter that building, and wow, what do you know? The Trident actually right outside. What a way to get that Uber driver right out of there, as they're going to be able to continue looting the other side of Fish Farms.
Yes, Trident Gaming is what I love most about Stormpoint. It is so much fun to watch teams zip around the map on these, and does cause a lot of very late rotations into ring, just with the amount of ground that you can cover. You have a lot more safety sitting deep inside the ring than you would right next door to it. We are still holding out over at Fish Farms, however, as Wingman Season has not chosen to give up that territory just yet, hasn't gone on the rotation a little bit further up the north, where Launchpad is currently being looted.
What's important here is that Eclectic were able to scan that beacon right before we currently saw Wingman Season have that opportunity, because that space was just given over to Eclectic. So they have that intel, and they could deny that away from Wingman Season. As you could see, Wingman Season kind of pinging to figure out where they could approach here. But going on the other side of the map, talking about knowing where the next circle is going to be pulling, X-Evolved Esports is going to be able to start rotating around. I know we were talking about it before, Dia, this name. It's kind of funny. I would not have noticed it before, but X-Evolved is going to be able to already have that information. They're running the Valkyrie and the Astral. A lot of mobility on this team.
Yeah, Gibby's still, interestingly enough, an anchor that people are using on Stormpoint. We did see in the initial rounds of it, and I remember you and I over on Super League were noticing that there were a lot of teams that were actually opting out of Gibby and going for things like the Bangalore, but it seems like at the moment, most teams do feel most comfortable at least making sure that you have that bubble that so many squads do rely on to reset mid-fight. Ashold up to the roof means that Exalved and even the squad right next door to them don't seem to be moving forward. Wow, we've got a Mad Maggie in as well, as I heard that drill.
Oh, very rare. We don't really get to see that often. A lot of players had ridden off that legend just from the start, unfortunately, talking about how weak of a kit that is. But I like to see the diversity in these compositions. You can see Triple Take being sent out, as a lot of these teams already are making their rotations for that final circle positioning. Look at that, 2 redeploys right before our eyes.
Not going to hopefully run into any trouble as they do land on the low ground, just holding up in what we know is going to be the second ring. should continue to pull up north of checkpoint, and the squad that does land at checkpoint, Alter Ego, who placed second in yesterday's semifinals, should actually have a pretty good start to the day. As Team Power Mexicans, for right now, are going to be doing exactly the same, holding up for late game in this building where, honestly, it's pretty difficult to push. One of the things that I'm curious about is whether we get things like crypto that do make those pushes easier, because with all the legend diversity that's been brought to Storm Point, I've seen crypto a lot more on World's Edge than I have here.
Yeah, we saw some crypto played actually earlier on in the Pro League. That's a really good point to bring up here, as we see a lot more of the Wraith that when I've seen so far. Storm Point, but Abstinence in some trouble as Sunny gets almost taken out, has to use up the dome, but in the opposition, they use up the dome too. ZLB already sharing up some of this real estate, having to be careful. You could see Zora actually hugging the corner with that PK.
You got to be really careful about contesting ZLB as well. They had a pretty confident performance in yesterday's groups, placing 5th overall. And now, although the coexistence does come with a little bit of violence, should also be in a position to make it to late game. Even safer than the squads right next door to them, because they've got another team right above. These windows there are so treacherous, and you can see Abstinence just dancing around trying to avoid shots left and right.
The portal is ready here from Wizard, so if they want to go for a reposition, they could definitely do so, but you could see how many teams already are in the area, and this is usual too for these late circles here on Storm Point, because there's so much open field to cover. Having control over these buildings are going to be so important, but you don't see that much of those defensive characters being played as much anymore. Cossack getting nerfed here too. Abstinence now taking some of these raw shots, but not trying to overcommit.
You're just poking this out, making the living situation downstairs a little bit more uncomfortable. With Abstinence specifically, and even, I would say, a lot of rosters on this very first Challenger circuit of Split 2. We've got some experimentation going on. We know that Wizard Coin and Demi Chase have played together for a very long time, but adding Sunny Hero to the roster is, I would say, hopefully a change for the better, as they've continued to try and push themselves to the next level. Inner Nerd Gaming trying to push themselves a little bit too hard, do eat a few too many nades. Very little cover behind this rock, and Redeem are on the hunt, running one of our Gibby-less compositions that we talked about earlier, and that makes it aggression, 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 and 3 kills picked up in quick succession.
And from Z Davis too, nonetheless, Z Davis rocking that bang. Redeem out here, now claiming some of these heads, taking out that first squad here, as they're going to be able to drift back a little bit and heal up at the same time. But you can see some of these longer rotations from some of our teams here, as they opt to actually get out of the fight, just by the edge of the circle. And it's no surprise, seeing that the circle is pulling up to that north, it's going to be super important to be able to secure that north pad spot.
Shadius Prime are coming around the side, though, making their way up into the north, and haven't made too much noise in doing so. CIMJ, however, after a really nice performance yesterday, are entering a building that, honestly, I thought was occupied at this point. Everybody should already be in these buildings if they had made it there before, but for some reason, completely empty. I will say, without doors, CIMJ still find a really nice place to be.
And that's what's so scary here. With the doors being blown off, you don't really have as much cover. You want to be able to hold on to that dome, and CIMJ, they only have blue Evo shields, but on the other hand, Charles does have that Volt at the ready, and we saw exactly what that Volt could do just yesterday, looking at the way that Jet was playing on that team, and now currently CIMJ, they do see another team right across the field, but again, none of these teams want to overcommit. They want to be able to secure this spot first, so that way they can determine where they want to rotate.
Whoa, 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 way up in the north, we've got another standoff happening as Exalved are facing down CDE over these little bubble buildings. Next ring should reveal itself in, I would say, even quite a long time, so we've got a little while where we can get these teams poking back and forth. Not a whole lot of squads should want to interrupt this either, as it is very rare that Zone will pull up this far. Even rarer that we have a squad holding up in a wall right now when there's so much real estate downstairs.
Oh man, I'm actually so surprised here, but look how many teams are taking the location in these little egg-shaped buildings in here, and there's so much open space that you have to worry about too, depending on where this circle is going to pool. Could see here, some of these teams taking their time outside of the circle, going to be able to rotate, decide whether they want to approach the circle from the east side rather from the west side here too. You can see Key, Goat, they're about to actually clash right there in the south. Potential third party that could come out from Bolus's team.
There's all these late rotations that we're seeing too, even now trying to enter checkpoint late, although it doesn't look like it's going too well. Sushi, Flinzar, and the squad start picking up these kills, and Stick Drift OP are looking good as they end up picking up some knocks. We'll be able to use the bubble get EXO right back into the fight, but a little bit of ratting for Stormpoint does result in some quick kills.
Meanwhile, CMMJ, they get taken out. Asteria gets eliminated. That's a team that we were looking out for earlier on, hyping them up. That's actually so early for that team to get taken out, and not a good look for this very first game for them. Meanwhile, Stickdrift OP, we've seen this team before. They've competed in the Challenger Circuit just in the first split, and they're looking to make that comeback. You talk about these late rotations. Teams may not have that information for that next beacon. We know that that circle is going to be pulling towards the north, closer towards Launchpad here, and we know that there's still a lot of teams outside of the circle taking their time.
Alter Ego as well they have not moved a single inch since the game began. They looted checkpoint and have stayed here. They are one of the few squads running the Lobo, which is an interesting move on Stormpoint. Still does provide a lot of value, but not that verticality, not that instant repositioning we see for the team with things like Ashe and Horizon. So perhaps not a fighting squad at their core right now. It is going to be a little bit more defensive from them, and I can't say that I mind it, but it is odd to see them playing so back at this point in the game.
Eclectic is another one of those squads that we were also looking out for, taking some shots, but they are going to just prioritize their rotation, and they are going to get to circle first before that team that they were trying to pepper down, and that's going to be good news for them. They don't have to overcommit, but Lux is getting bow-checked, if I'm hearing this correctly. The Silent Flint deadly weapon. Oh, Jelly gets taken out with the wingman. Shubi actually getting that follow-up after landing that bow-check is absolutely insane, because now Eclectic, they wanted to prioritize their position, but now they have to waste their time getting Jelly up.
Are going to receive some rockets as well. The Arcstar shouldn't kill anybody. Jelly going to be able to get out. I think Bubble should be available as well, but Blackhand right behind them. We're far enough away that Phoenix Kit's going to go off, and this bow check, though really nicely piloted, may not net them the knocks they were looking for. Instead, Eclectic are going to be able to grab some high ground and can turn around and gatekeep this as well if they're feeling confident enough.
See here as Eclectic does take a better position, but they're actually opting to hold back, wondering if they're just trying to consider that there is another squad in the area. They do not want to get third-partied or maybe even hide in a situation where they can try to jump in, but instead they're going to opt for that redeploy. I like this decision. You can see Jelly also has that bombardment. He has the dome ready in case that they need to use it, but we saw that there was already a team right where they're trying to rotate through, but the Valkyrie passive is going to be able to pick them up and let them know.
Yeah, Alter Ego with their presence alone do stop a rotation up to ultimate height. Eclectic still get themselves a free building, and at this point in the game, it isn't one that will be for later, but at least for the moment allows them the chance to reset and maybe pick up a little bit of ammunition or meds, whatever may be scattered around, because this wasn't looted earlier, and honestly, you can kind of see why. It starts to pull us a little further north, and this positioning may even require yet another Valkyrie ult to get out of.
See, Wingman Season, talking about Valk ult, Stunny. On that Valk, Zenom does have that portal on that Wraith, a lot of mobility that we were highlighting before. So the team that I definitely have been really interested in just following, and they've been another one of those teams that have been taking things slow, rotating from outside the circle. They're putting down some pings, but look at the amount of teams that are waiting for them on the other side of that zip line. They're going to be able to actually have that team in their line of sight, in their position.
Money Miners are now effectively keeping Wingman Season from being able to enter the game, and it's got to be a quick knock from Wingman Season to make this work, even though they have spotted some folks on the roof. Ashe Portal actually to reposition over to the other building gives them some nice clean shots and some good opening damage. We do still have Valkyrie ult available, and that might be the move for them, as you really don't want to be fighting on the edge of ring in Stormpoint of all places.
Love that recoil control, and they're also noting here that they could see that a squad could rotate from behind them, but their priorities are what's in front of them. They know that there's another squad around that rock there too, as Noko takes some of those shots. He is on that Gibby, so he's got that arm shield ready for him. But this is what I was talking about. RAR XDT trying to look at their 6, but instead they're just opting to hit these spiders. And after the last patch that we had seen, the loot that both the Prowlers and the spiders drop is a lot better, but a squad actually redeploying right on top of a building. Look how many teams are in this area alone, Dia.
Blackhand just straight up landed on top of Team Power Mexicans, and they're going to pay for it for sure. I don't want to take a 3v3 with this team unless I have to. Already Gibby Bubble thrown down aggressively isn't going to save you, and DPM are going to pick up 3 kills. The question is really whether they'll get third-partied at all. Reset's going to come in really quickly as shield swaps were available. Bo not going to be picked up by any envious members, but for the most part, that was just a really nice play in the favor of Team Power Mexicans that got fed right to them.
And they were also hearing the shooting right ahead of them, too, so that's why they were able to get that quick shield shot. They saw that they were getting shot at. I believe that was Raw XDT, who were earlier shooting at the spiders. Currently, see Davis, Joey, Oxy, they're all going to be able to rotate through the back here, but Key is making his way with the rest of the squad to try to contest him here as Redeem are on the high ground. They're in a better position right now, just being on top of that rock.
Shadow Pointer right next to this as well. Right to third party. If Oxy Aries had gone for this fight, with Joey Blackout still holding down the building, Redeemer playing a little bit more for the late game. Because they don't have that Gibraltar, just having cover overhead is the absolute best thing for them. They have so many other resources that they can use, but Gibby ult is the one thing that Redeem cannot defend themselves from, and it's crucial that they maintain this position.
And talking about the compositions that we're seeing, again, highlighting that Redeem is still rocking that bang. I love it because you don't have that verticality that we're seeing from other teams like playing in the Pro League, but it's that composition flexibility that we've been seeing on Stormpoint overall. As Redeem, they're getting shot at in different angles. They have the Trident right in front of them if in case they want to dip or if they want just a quick escape me option, but a redeploy coming in as Wingman Season now are joining the party. Better late than never, as I always say.
Oh my god, they're going to land in such a difficult spot, though. It's in between 3 different teams. Wingman Season may just be exiting sooner than they expected. Gibby goes down, no bubble available, and this portal isn't even going to be in time. Even if it were, Zednim is walking right into the waiting arms of Exalved as well. Turns the corner, sees him, and is going to pop the shield back with a little bit of extra time, but even that will not be enough. Wingman Season do not look like they'll be making it past 16th unless a miracle can happen for them.
How is he alive? How is he alive? Quite literally the definition of one shot.
Way.
There's also another squad actually is right over to the left of Zednim. He hears them. He sees them in his line of sight, but he's hiding, just clenching as he's going to try to pull off this medkit. Allowing them to actually fight is such a good case here for Wingman Season. If Zednim can actually sneak in, utilize that smoke to his ability to try to catch those banners, and maybe try to go in for a third party here.
And Eclectic, in the meantime, gets sandwiched between Shadius Prime and Redeem. Jelly only ultimately able to provide the shielding from the knockdown. Does end up going out and will be unlikely to be picked up. We still can't have a Wraith on the low ground playing upset for the most part. Eclectic are doomed to die as they get fragged out of nowhere. You have a portal coming in, but it's going to be right into the waiting arms of what we expect to be Redeem, who have not given up this spot just yet. Lox takes a bunch of damage, but Key has followed him up, and this is the power of this squad, this duo that will trust each other to their dying breath. Let's see if it takes there.
And it's a synergy right there. You see the redeploy at the same time, too. The smoke grenades also being put down, but they're sandwiched between so many teams. Dia, look at this. 14 squads left, and this is going to get chaotic real quick in the next 20 seconds.
Lox was on a single HP. Even right now, Key is being pressured. The Arcstar stick comes through, though, and Lox may have just done it. The big explosion doesn't quite seal the deal, and while the shield is broken, Key is ultimately left on top, recommits to the fight, does find the knock on Gibraltar, but the play isn't enough as Oxy Aries takes a Peacekeeper right to his face.
You know he was feeling that, though. Those 2 sticks right there was absolutely insane. Yeah, he got the 2 breaks, but that's just not going to be enough, and that should highlight how many teams are taking these different off angles in that next circle. Now, a lot of these teams here, like TPM, who are just situated in these buildings, are forced to funnel out right now as the circle's closing in right behind them, and they're going to be out in an open field.
Got the Ashe ultimate for the quick reposition. We can only hope that they make good use of it, or TPM may just go down. Round 4 is not a forgiving one. You cannot tank this for any amount of time, but they're benefiting from the fact that it is a bloodbath out north right now with so many squads going down. We've already been whittled down to 10, and TPM are crossing all this open space, taking absolutely no fire for it, as finally from the low ground, we do get Shadow Point paying them some attention.
Oh man, look how tough this position is alone right now. What do you do in this situation is high caliber. It's Glow as the solo rats, but off to the side, Chaz cleans that up. Look how many teams are going down right now. High caliber gets taken down. CDE2 got taken down earlier here too. Abstinence, it's just absolute bloodbath here as a lot of these teams are just forced out into this open field.
Shadius Primer hanging on by a thread right underneath Redeem, but we've got another squad on top of them as well, so Redeem do need to watch their angles. Do not have the defensive bombardment to be able to clear them out either. Joey Blackout actually running with this Gibraltar at the moment does start to change things, and see if they're able to make use of the double ultimates from the sky. Even on the low ground, though, we do have what it looks like Shadius Prime surviving, will Redeem take to the height and actually manage to win a fight in very, very quick fashion. BK is going to knock one. There's opportunity here for a third party. Redeem could go out. Ash Portal is going to sign the death warrant of one, but with just Oxy Aries left alive, it's looking difficult. Shadius Prime want this kill. They are not going to give it up. The Mastiff manages to crack the shield, but you're running right into Shadow Point, and that is the destruction that Storm Point brings to us. You are flanked from every angle. Even now, Oxy Aries trying to heal up on the low ground. It looks like he'll actually be able to pop the bat.
That's so scary. Shadow's Prime also now taking up that real estate that they had just sat down on this spot for so long, but they're not going to overcommit here. They don't want to give up this spot. They know that there's another squad right behind them too. They do have the redeploy here, as you can see. 6 squads left right now as Shadow's Prime do take this spot, but they don't want to overcommit. They see a redeploy right in front of them, but while they're inside of this spot alone, they're not going to have them in their line of sight up in the air.
Shadow Point now up. Looking for a place to land. Do not have a whole lot of cover. We'll see where they end up going as Rock's still outside of zone. The zone hasn't even solved their problems right now. D-Line comes around the corner. Bubble goes down. It looks like Shadow Point were winning the fight and assisted by quite a lot of the other squads that started to pay attention to this as well. Fight in the open ground ultimately favoring them. They get free access to this next zone, or at least they should, with just a single rock to hide behind. But off in the south, we've got even more going on as Oxy Aries has landed right next door. We're down to our top 4 squads, and Shadius Prime, they're holding down a power position behind this rock.
Meanwhile, Stickdrift OP with EXO hiding behind that, trying to just wishing for the best as Shadow's Prime as a full squad right now have to worry about 3 other squads. The bombardment getting put down, but they have the natural cover of the rock, but they're getting shot from right behind them too here. Again, all these off angles as Oxy Aries still manages to survive.
Let's see if Redeem can pull this out. They do only have that one member, but Shadimus Prime are pulling a whole lot of focus and really do have one of the best spots in the zone. There aren't a whole lot of frags for these other teams, so the ability to root them out has been diminished, and instead, they're the ones that are able to put down the harass with the Ash Qs constantly leaving, taking up quite a bit of space. Curious if Shadow Point can pull this out, though. I know that Cork Blunt was warming up with the squad earlier today, and they were seeming on point. Can they have that Gibby to clutch it up for them, or will they go out in the top 3?
I see Sushi on the other side of EXO right there too, so they're holding 2 off angles, a really good position for them as Stickdrift is going to be able to try to keep up that pressure. The phase breach though, Sushi, where you're going to go right back towards his team. Isn't what he would want to contest in that situation. Again, look at this open field. You only have the natural cover of the rocks over to your side.
At this point, it's a battle between these top 3 squads, and that means that it is they who third party that win the fight. With Stickdrift OP finding a 145 crack, it's why they don't go for the instant initiation. Instead, using the bubble, Flinsar maybe has a different idea of what to do than the rest of the squad, and now, with the team split, Stickdrift OP could go down. EXO joins them late, but this leaves the door open for the third party to come in. Stickdrift OP do find the knocks, do find the kills, but they lose one in the meantime, and that means that it's time to pull the trigger. Shadmius Prime end up rolling in with the Prowler and should be able to find these knocks in quick succession. One followed up by a second, meaning that Shadmius Prime end up taking the first dub on Storm Point.
What a way for them to split their attention to do 2 different squads at once, as well as timing that final fight perfectly right there. Shadmius Prime, they booted Redeem out of the spot that they were holding on for so long, and dominating too.
Yeah, that was incredible patience from them, and we saw the power position of the Rock really work out. We talked about how ordinances weren't available, no cooldowns were available, even defensive bombardments couldn't quite reach Shadimus, and it meant that everybody else who was exposed to poke ultimately had a much more difficult time. The split call from Stickdrift OP did have me worried, though, and I feel it may be what put them in second place ultimately.
Yeah, but just playing split up right there too, they also were playing patiently because they didn't want to risk if the circle was going to pull towards away from them, that risk just putting themselves out in the open like that. So they wanted to prioritize the natural cover of what Stormpoint was able to provide right there for them. But again, the way that Shadmius Prime just played at the very end, especially the dome control that they were able to have, you could see that they were very calm and collected. And I'm excited to see what more they have after they were able to take that first game.
Yeah, the third-party timings were just insane as well. It felt like with the Ash, so much of that ground that used to be covered by Octane now is suddenly made up for again, and we just get to go, go, go. It is so exciting to watch, and the very first game of the very first Challenger Circuit, it has not disappointed, but don't you worry, because we have got 5 more for you tonight. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be right back with Game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Challenger Circuit here in North America for the Apex Legends Global Series. Game 1's already down, but worry not, we've got 5 more ahead of us, and with Chadamus Prime taking Game 1, we have already taken a very different direction from yesterday's games. Let's take a look back at how it happened.
Yeah, looking at the replays that we're going to have coming up after that first game, we saw that Chadamus Prime were put into a pretty tricky situation in that last circle, but regardless, they were able to just take control over that last building close to that northern side of that final circle, and then not only booting Redeem off, but they were also able to have a lot more teams that were forced to funnel out of these buildings, actually, where TPM was able to close out this fight, as well as just kind of forcing the funneling of these teams into their line of sight, but also those third-party timings were beautiful.
One of the surprising things about this game was, like you mentioned, the immense amount of proficiency that teams had with third parties, but then also the late Valkyrie ults that worked out more often than not. I'm not sure if it's Stormpoint specific or if it's these squads adapting to each other. Double Arc Star Stick was also pretty nasty, no lie.
Yeah.
But I am wondering how that'll change going into Game 2, and perhaps whether it is a ring-specific change where when we go over towards North Pad, that we have a little bit more real estate that you can hold down, because normally Stormpoint I don't associate with people holding buildings.
Yeah, usually you see a lot of these teams, they utilize the Valkyrie redeploy so that way they could get into a better position here. That was beautiful there too, just being patient. We saw a lot of these patient hits between the PK and the Masses from our players utilizing their weapon loadout and just trying to find that one raw hit to close that thing out. But Shadowpoint, another team actually that really came in swinging, especially at the very end here, but that was a team that I believe had gone out in 3rd place. But overall, just the way that Chadamus Prime had just waited for the opportunity. You see Strictive OP, they saw all the fighting happening in front of them, but they didn't want to give up their position until the very end right here, where they were forced to go in and utilize that Volt that Sushi had at the ready.
Yeah, you could tell that we had, as we talked about, a little bit of a split call, but what I ultimately really liked about it was that Flinzar was able to get aggressive and ultimately turn it into 3 kills for Stick Drift OP, because if you get 3 kills and you place second, you essentially tie with first. Taking a look at how the points ended up going, though, we will be taking a look at how the points ended up going. First place, 13 kills, comes to 25 points. 25 points.
Oh yeah, we just gotta get that sorted out so that we could see the overall points so far. With the win in total with that, but 13 kills is insane for a first game. What a way to start building up a gap between yourself and the rest of these teams, because that was only game number 1, Dia. We have 2 more games left on Stormpoint, and then we're going to close things off with those final 3 games being played on World's Edge, where we could see a different type of compositions coming out from our teams and a different approach to their own playstyle.
Yeah, this is something that I know that pro teams have been talking about quite a bit, was just the difference that in playstyle that is forced by the transition between these maps, and we touched on it a little bit, saying that zones that pull towards buildings or where building holding is rewarded isn't something that's very usual at Stormpoint. You can kind of tell when we get towards 4th and 5th ring, everybody's pulled out a little bit towards the north, but on World's Edge, that's not true at all. Holding buildings is awesome, and defensive compositions, especially with that Gibraltar, tend to thrive a lot more so than they do here on Stormpoint.
And that's why you saw in the ALGS Pro League just this past weekend, the composition swap to more Caustic on World's Edge, because you have a lot more teams going into Bunker Down. You have a lot more teams opting to go more for the vertical approach, actually, on Stormpoint. You highlighted it earlier. You see a lot more Horizons. You see a lot more Valkyries, and it's there for a reason. You want to utilize that redeploy to get into a better position. But, Dia, at the very end of that first game, we saw a lot of late redeploys, and it actually ended up being a double-edged sword for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, as so often Valkyrie is, right? She is a blessing and a curse, but when you do redeploy without having proper data on where you're going, you are taking the gamble. You are introducing even a little bit more RNG into what is already a battle royale, and Team Power Mexicans, for example, ended up coming out on top, but it is something that I am curious whether teams will correct, because especially if you are landing up north, I think that you want to take Valkyrie every single time. She provides you so much ability to move faster towards zones that are in the south. But if you are somebody who lands over near, say, Checkpoint or Fish Farms, maybe Tridents are better.
Talking about Tridents, we saw a little bit of that earlier on with a lot of early 50-50s also happening with some of our teams. We were expecting things to kick up really fast actually at the start. Meanwhile, though, in Ring 4, we had still like 14 squads alive, which is quite impressive with how open that final circle was. We were highlighting again how a lot of these teams were forced to funnel out of the buildings that they felt secure right south of North Pad, but when it was pulling away from those buildings up north into that open field between North Pad and Wall, that's when all the chaos happened.
And so much of that has to do with the fact that there's so little cover. When you don't have a door to close and just hold between you guys, things get so much more complicated. But as we are getting ready for Game 2, as we are dropping into Storm Point for the second time today, let's see how these Challenger Circuit squads continue to adapt. Because one of the things that we did allude to earlier, but haven't really doubled down on, is the fact that given this is Challenger Circuit, most of these teams don't have that much practice on Storm Point yet. They're learning as much as we are as we continue to drop in.
That's a really good point, too, because just adapting on where you feel the most comfortable to rotate. But again, another early 50-50 here. It's Asteria who lose the trade first here, trying to go in for a trade as the Ash gets broken. Asteria don't want to find themselves losing out on even more points that they could obtain, especially after a weak run in that first game. You can see Champ Shane, he's going to be able to just hold back, fade out of that situation. Gonna try to reset it here, but it's so difficult. Look for Asteria, who has been such a powerful squad in the Challenger Circuit overall.
Wingman, a really nice pickup, though, for Chain early on. Drago will be full thirsted, and you are in a 2 versus 3 against CCE on the low ground, but something tells me that with these heavy weapons, we can't say it's over till it's over. Especially Wingman Prowler, really slapping early on. Charge Rifle, maybe not so much, but Flux holding down with only the bow right now also does provide some room for pop-off as well. A headshot with that can and will kill you from just under half health.
Talk about half health. Yep, the Wingman shot. I know he felt it right there, too. Talk about the bow check. You talk about the Wingman, too. Very heavy-hitting weapons, especially in the early game. But I love the way that CCE is playing this fight. They're repositioning. They're trying to look for an angle. They're trying to actually split up this team as Asteria trying to take some extra cover, try to go for the reset, but Plugged Cube takes too many Wingman shots.
Barely gets inside in time. Ivan's still alive. Shield swap might be on the ground in front of them, but a little bit of extra greed from Reverum means that he goes down, and now it is a 1 versus 3. So much more difficult and likely the end, even with this Wingman. Havoc ends up sealing the deal as the bow shot from Flux takes down Champ Shane. It is going to be CCE coming out on top, and in stylish Robin Hood-esque fashion.
Did I curse Asteria? Was this my fault here? What is going on right now? And that's a perfect example to show those early 50-50s and now Money Miners, another one of our teams that I've been looking out for, trying to contest this team. Molas is getting burned up a little bit as he's going to be able to heal up, get out of that sight of the thermite. It's High Caliber, actually, waiting for them on the other side of this egg-shaped building.
Wouldn't be too comfortable pushing into High Caliber. They're a scary squad, to be sure, especially with Shogun. But Money Miner is also do have some pretty nice firepower, and that's the other thing that we can say about this Challenger Circuit is that with the experience that a lot of teams accrued in the very first one, we've just got straight up much better players because everybody who's run through Challenger Circuit 1 is absolutely monstrous now. Money Miners, however, do lose one. They do get the knock. It is a 1-for-1 at the moment, so High Caliber will have to reset just as much. Thirst not going to come through ultimately, but Thermite should seal the deal. Rez is coming in as well, but nades and shots from above mean this is more difficult for High Caliber. They're being put in a dangerous situation. Shogun's still alive as Glow holds down the fort. Member gets knocked again. You got to play the knockdown shield for right now. Still a 2 versus 2, but with Money Miners controlling the high ground, things can change on a dime.
This is so winnable for Money Miners. It's even right now with their thirds both being knocked. Money Miners trying to find the res right here. This is going to be absolutely huge to turn the tides. Another res coming out. Can they find the opportunity that don't be put in? You don't want to grieve your own teammate out here, but a great way to close in the gap.
Rez ended up going off, and it isn't even a knock in return. High Caliber now have all 3 members up, and things are getting more difficult for them. They have less space to work with, but there just aren't that many ordinances. They're actually the only ones with grenades to throw up to that high ground to cover the push. Give them a little bit more time to heal up, but that time may not be enough. Arcstar right on the low ground, not going to do any damage to shields. Returned Arcstar also not going to stick. It is a bit of a stalemate right now, and what I worry about is that this could be attracting attention from other squads.
Exactly the same thing I was thinking about right now. With how long this fight has been going on, you could only imagine. This is the circle. The beacon's right next to them. They know that other squads want to rotate for that beacon control. They have to try to clean this up quickly, but Money Miners, a beautiful peek with the PK right there.
Now you've got your Gibby coming in from the flank as well, and a nice pump opens them up and shuts them down as well. This was excellent play from Money Miners, but ultimately a very, very close fight with Eclectic just barely passing it by, as you can see on the map. I'm sure they were thinking about third-partying this, but fine, it finally finished.
Oh, yeah, you can see they're also going to be able to have that beacon there, too. But before we go into where that circle's pulling, Money Miners is a team that I've been looking out for because that last game that allowed them to qualify into this finals was insane, Dia. They had secured 18 kills. So when it comes to these clutch situations, it's usually Money Miners that could come out on top. So a really good fight that we had seen displayed right there as we see some teams slowing things down a little bit, like ZLB, who are stuck inside this building, and EMP coming out. You were mentioning the crypto earlier that could be showing itself off in these compositions.
Looks like ZLB are dealing with more than just one siege as well. Double nades get thrown down, and already Porras did take a big chunk. ZLB are actually looking a lot like we had squads looking earlier, being pushed into a tinier and tinier corner with the EMP already used. Bubble's not going to be canceled, but instead, you've got all purple shields, and CIMJ have nothing to fear with the door right in front of them, about to be blown to smithereens. The squad very well may be as well. No knocks come through just yet. Shields aren't quite broken, and Arcstars are being traded back and forth. We are using all of our utility on this fight.
I'm absolutely loving the way that these domes have been utilized too. Just closing in that space. You see CIMJ now trying to take an angle by the window, not trying to overextend, but with these doors being blown off, it could be very lethal for some other teams to try to take a better angle. You could see the ultimate accelerator already in the hands of Akiro, who is going to be able to have that EMP quickly for that next fight.
I like the respect from ZLB as well. They recognize as well as we do that Crypto's ultimate is a relatively short cooldown and might be getting even shorter. That kind of stuff cancels Bubbles, leaves you completely exposed. They do pay that bit of respect. Giving up the high ground in its entirety, CIMJ now going to be able to hold on to what's going to be very high value real estate, as the zone that we were talking about earlier now is going to start pulling even more central.
And we saw earlier on, Redeemed, actually, who was rocking the bang. Looks like they had gone through a composition change, because I did see the Ash real quickly when we had seen their point of view. So that's interesting to see, as the adaptation has already come out for game number 2. A quick way to try to turn the tides, especially if you weren't satisfied with your results in that first game. And talking about slowing things down, Wingman Season, they hear the action, but they're not getting involved just yet. They're just trying to look out to see what's happening chaotically right in front of them. Zendem does have that portal, so that way they can try to reposition just in case. And it's my favorite play style, as you currently rather Redeem still rocking the bang. Saw the Ash on one of the team compositions earlier when we had quickly switched to their POV, but with the Trident, Redeem is going to be able to get right onto the 6 of Wingman Season, so they're going to be able to hear this Trident coming up.
Yeah, everybody's got the data. There is one squad just running rampant at the moment. I actually don't mind this position if Redeem want to try and hold it down. There is some cursory loot to be picked up here, and they're not all on purples just yet. Trident so often led themselves to late rotates, not getting into the zone early. So taking this path is opening up Redeem to a lot of shots that may very well kill them before they have a chance to react.
I love how they stopped, looked at the redeploy right in front of them, and then decided to reposition. A good way to actually go long two, passing another Trident. They want to hold on to the high ground right here, looking at where this circle's pulling. Okay, going out into the zone. Yeah, taking a much longer approach. Rather go long here. Avoid the chaos that's happening right now. An EMP being called in already. 3 squads situated in this spot alone.
That's going to be red shields very, very soon. You keep pumping out those EMPs, you keep harassing people, denying resources, and you're going to get yourself into a very, very good position. We'll see if that ends up working out, however, as Redeem on their own strat, you can tell off towards the left of your screens, are starting to walk up. And consider perhaps a fight right in front of them, as it is only Zone 1. They still can fight this, but I believe they've been spotted out by Carlin Fam.
I believe, yeah, that's going to be CDE waiting for them on the other side into the zone. They can also circle keep Redeem here if they're not too careful. You see that Redeem does note that There could be a squad up ahead. I like how Z Davis is going to take this slowly. Yeah, I'm wondering here. It looked like they had a black market up too, looking at that mini-map, looking at our HUD. So maybe also that team not wanting to get too involved as they are right up ahead. They do hear them and they do call out Z Davis.
There we go. I was wondering if they were trying to go for the rat strats or not, but as Redeem received the missiles, this is going to be fully announced. Having to back away. They don't have that much to work with at the moment, but the little bit of height provided here should keep Redeem from being pushed. They're giving it up, however, to move down to the low ground, zone 2, a little bit too much for them. They do have that redeploy, so if they can avoid shots for at least a few seconds, they will be able to get to safety. The question is just whether they can actually make it.
Yeah, if they can actually get to safety here. They're getting beamed from the high ground, and this is a scary part when it comes to these late rotations. Launchpad already taken up. Could imagine here if there is a beacon there. It doesn't look like there is. You're going to see a lot of these teams trying to take that control over onto the high ground. So Redeem seeing that they could potentially be pinched. They don't want to turn their backs to the squad that could potentially rotate throughout the circle.
Auxiliaries popping the Phoenix for right now will be delayed by a few seconds, but Redeem at the moment needs to find a way to reposition, and I know they've got a gold helmet, so there is the possibility that they can get that Gibby bubble on cooldown or off cooldown for both the takeoff and the landing of a redeploy. As you talked about earlier, though, even redeploys at this point are really risky because we are getting smaller and smaller in the circle, and you and I both know that there aren't a whole lot of buildings to keep up with. You've got these ones that are in the zone right now. You've got the ones a little bit further to the north, and every inch of both of them is occupied.
And that's why Redeem went to opted to actually rotate from the outside part of the ring so that way they can avoid a lot of that chaos. So even if they use the redeploy right now, they know that there's already 3 squads that were fighting earlier in that no-name spot north of Launchpad. So it's going to be so difficult to find a spot here in this final circle. But if the intel is correct here for Redeem, if they do manage to land some shots on that team that's right ahead of them, they can note that they're still rocking 1 white Evo, 2 blue Evos, and it's going to be Inner Nerd Gaming who could be at risk if they give up that high ground position.
Oh, Exalted heavily at risk as well, with only Pop standing up against the storm. Money Miners end up cleaning up 2 kills, and inside of Antenna no less. A lot of nice high ground available to them. This is a pretty nicely defensible spot, as long as you are just holding out one team. See if they're able to reset appropriately. A very low shield econ squad is flying in right now, as I did not expect to see Alter Ego on whites and blues, and they did not expect to find a squad underneath here. Launchpad not going too well, as 2 pokes end up going down, and now it's up to Polar Bear to clutch out the win.
That was scarier than a horror movie. They redeployed, and because that squad was inside that tunnel area, didn't appear in the Valve passive quick enough for Alter Ego to decide on a different option. Absolutely chaotic there. Further highlights what we were talking about before with those late redeploys. Very risky, but if you want to go for the 50-50, especially when you're low on the Evo Shield, it is what it is, but we still have so many teams here, this no-name spot right north of Launchpad, just taking their time. But you talk about some of these buildings. This isn't World's Edge, Dia, and that's how a lot of these teams are playing to their comfort, or else you're forced to be out in the open, like we currently see Polar Bear just ratting it out here, just waiting and hoping for the best, as Venom Squad does come out on his 6.
Even Shadow Point at the moment, who we saw hanging out in what I'll call the swamps area with large buildings in it, are playing on the outside. Yes, it's underneath the building. Yes, they've got a lot of cover, but you are seeing these slow adaptations to what is a new meta. Polar Bear, I do feel bad for him, alone right in the center of the ring. It is a matter of time till this Gibby gets spotted, but I am curious how many placement points you'll accrue, because at this point, you haven't got any. We've still got 17 squads left. We've got to get to 15 or less before you get even a single point for this game.
You have to worry about Wingman season coming in and rotating from the south. A lot of teams are still outside of the circle, but look at this chaos. Both domes being used up right now, just playing around the circle. CDE, though, in trouble as Sea Escape gets taken out. Dice gets taken out right next to, and yes, Garland fam now with no shield playing around the knockdown. Out on top. CCE, how did they manage to clutch that out? Garland fam on the low, but managing to revive both of CDE's teammates.
This is ridiculous to see, with CDE adapting so well into this new season. Rorix DTE attempting to do the same thing, but being chased down by the Money Miners, who were already on a roll this game. A nice quick knock comes through from Mullis, and a potential third party is starting to peek in. They do lose 1. Gibraltar no longer available. No defense and no shield swap for Reeds. So we'll have to be the quick bat if he doesn't get spotted. Full thirst on the Gibby, and Money Miners now have it confirmed. This is a third party, and the question really becomes, do they have a way out?
How many shields were just on the floor? Oh my goodness, these wingman shots. I mean, from Stunny, no surprise right there.
No.
As wingman season are making their way. I mean, it's in the name. Look how many shields, though, are out in the ground. The amount of shield swaps that have come out of this fight that we probably had seen earlier on is just insane here. Money Miners are doing such a good job, though, quite literally looking like they had 99 mining, all of them all together.
I'm wondering, are they all running wingmen? Because it feels like it. With how fast that kill went down, with how little automatic weapon fire I heard, I think it might be the strat for them, and I don't mind it, but it is hilarious.
Gotta live true to the name, and Chattermas Prime, they lived up to their name in that first game, and they have the G7 in their hand. They're gonna be able to redeploy. I'm worried here again. We saw how many teams were already situated in these buildings, so you're gonna have to be really careful if you want to find your way into one of these buildings, or if you're gonna find your way into a middle of a fight, maybe going for a potential third party.
I like where they're pinging. You do have to play one of these two caves in between the swamps and Launchpad, and I think they're gonna go, there we go, or the one a little bit closer to Launchpad. Still a very difficult place to hold down, but there is technically cover from both sides here, and a crazy rat spot that they are all piling into to avoid the Arc Stars. They spotted out what I believe is our solo Gibby from earlier, and with some nice cracks coming in, it's a damn that is forced to bubble first.
That was scary. Damn, said damn right here. He he was like, all right. He had the G7 too. That's the best part. That's what I like to see. But our solo rat at least could have utilized that damage to boost up that evil shield, but also giving up their positions. Like, damn, can't catch a break though as he gets cracked again.
We've still got plenty of time left on that bubble cooldown as well, so it's up to his teammates to cover the angles that he could otherwise be fired at from slow healing as well with the shield cells. This is a tough position and a forced early rotation. There's a defensive bombardment coming down on them. They're going to have to give up their position. Chattermas Prime forced to relocate. Black Hand pushing in underneath swamps. May just be taken out by some nicely placed nades. It is an eternal damnation as frags rain in from left and right. It's all up to Shuby, though, as rounding the corner in a 1v2. He is escorted out with hands held high. Wingman finds him in the back. Shuby goes down, and Shadow Point retain their position, while Chattermas Prime are not so lucky.
And there's still more grenades being sent out. I mean, playing around these knockdown shields, you have this makeshift cover, but look at Polar Bear. He boosted up his own evil shield to purple after landing some of those shots, but at the same time, Wingman season, they know that there's somebody right up ahead, and they have a care package weapon as well, so potentially rocking the Volt. Actually going to leave the Volt behind. Okay, you know what it is here, Dia? It is exactly what you're saying. You got to stay true to it. You got to use the Wingman, although Noko, he's built diff. He's not going to use the Wingman. He's got the R301, he's got the PK ready, and they also have full red evos while staying out of the fight going on to their left.
Yeah, ridiculously good position as well. Well, it may not be in the next ring. There's so much loot available ahead of them with the squad that just died, as well as, unfortunately, they did kill Polar Bear, and I hate to say it, but they've got that loot as well. Feels so bad. He tried so hard, and hey, he did get some placement position, surviving past 15th all the way up to 11th.
True, yeah, and it was very scary to see that there was two squads already in Launchpad for quite some time. The squad that we saw on the high ground before, and then the squad that was hiding in that little tunnel where we had seen Polar Bear's team land on originally. Now, currently, Sedum Stunning, they are going to be able to make their way, giving up that position that I really like that they were holding down for quite some time, but Wingman Season now want in on the action as they land some of these Wingman shots.
Such good positioning from them as well. They know there's going to be this exodus of teams from the swamps, and they are punishing it with all of their hearts. Finding flesh does Stunny, and now there's the potential to rotate around, gatekeep this even further. I believe they've still got a squad behind them, those ZLB going to be forced to push into this next ring, and you don't want to take too many fights at once. CIMJ will cover the other side. Defensive bombardment is out. Thermites are going to be out. It is all about collecting as much KP as you can while people are forced to run directly into you.
And this is the squad that's been rocking the crypto, that has been utilizing that EMP, but CIMJ need to be careful as both Akiru and Charles falls really low, but a beautiful dome from Smokesy to help save him here. I love this angle that we're seeing CIMJ take. They're on the high ground. They get the knock as Zora gets taken out.
Nicely done from Akiru as well, controlling that high ground, making this so much safer for their teammates. And now, with the kills that have fallen almost into your lap, we've still got other fights going on the other side. Joey fighting out from the low ground. Will CDE maintain the height? They've actually got a pretty good position, but one that is very open to fire from CIMJ, who are starting to come in. Gibby cracked on the low ground, but CDE still maintain their position. They cannot give this up for the world because height means everything on Stormpoint.
And that's why they're here right now, and they don't have to overextend to try to take some of this loot too, because they got that Lobo that we were talking about before from Carlin. So he's going to be able to utilize that black market to get as much loot that they need as Wingman Season gets Stunny right back into this fight. They've already used the dough, but this is such a difficult position to be in because you don't really have much cover when it comes to playing by this ledge.
I like that Zednim, recognizing that that cover is unavailable, is forced to instead make sure that his teammates have some safety on the lower ground, drops away, and now should have an angle on CIMJ. We've got still plenty of squads in front of them as well as he was taking pot shots at Redeem. Eclectic still holding down the low ground, but there's going to be a big traffic jam here as everybody's going to be forced likely onto the low ground. It's Inner Nerd Gaming that still managed to retain height.
They don't need to get down from here. They've just been building up these Evo shields, and you could see with the ammo that Pax is rocking with the Wingman that's all okay. All he needs is the one time right here while they hold on to this high ground. A good position. Imagine if they even had the beacon that's up there usually sometimes. Would have been beautiful, but they don't even need to leave as the circle is pulling in their direction.
Inner Nerd Gaming considering popping down, but Eclectic do collect the kill. We're down to 7 squads at the moment. And for right now, this is likely going to be an Inner Nerd favored one, as they will be able to continue to collect kills from squads that are forced out of their hidey holes. Not taking ultimate height just yet, though, playing this one a little bit closer to home so they have the third parties available, as Eclectic are going to be forced to make a push right here. The question is just when they do it.
See Dice getting that knock onto Z Davis. Zendam also going to be able to get a knock of their own. Wingman Season popping off as Eclectic have the loot right in front of them. They're playing by the edge of the ring as it's closing in right behind them. Last ring coming in next here with 7 squads still alive, but Wingman Season hold on to this spot so well. They have that natural cover now that they have to get off that ledge. Now that they know that there's no team coming in from their 6, this is a good spot for them. They have to be careful as the portal gets called out.
CIMJ are out. There's going to be no crypto ult to disrupt us in this late game. Wingman Season instead, they're the ones playing disruption with Zednim on a crazy flank right now. Noko and Stunny holding down the fort with this bubble as Eclectic is forced to go to war. We've just got 5 squads left, but Inner Nerd Gaming, they're looking like they want to make it 4. They've got all of this height available to them. Ultimate height over every single one of these squads. And if they can just pick up these kills onto Eclectic, finally that position will have been worth it. But they're opening themselves up to so much fire to do so that it's taking way longer than it should.
If Inner Nerd Gaming, though, could go in for this flank and sandwich Eclectic, this would be a good spot, but Wingman Season actually repositioned themselves, and they want in on the action. They're putting themselves into the line of sight of Inner Nerd Gaming, too, so they have to watch out. As you can see right here, so much action. The shield bat being called in, but Stunny can't pull off the shield bat.
Instead, getting taken down just in the nick of time. CDE managed to retain some form of control over this game, while Inner Nerd continue to rain down fire onto Eclectic, making this more and more difficult for them. There's a really nice position here by Audiovant that cannot be answered. Cracks come in, knocks soon to follow, as the bubble is not going to save you from this position, instead just providing safety to the innermost of nerds as they wipe the floor. They will end up losing 1, though. Axon down, and it is going to be a 2-man roster that remains. Wingman Season starting to come in with CDE right in front of them. It is a thirst war for these last couple kills. We're down to our top 2 squads, and CDE with a final nicely placed Mastiff shot will take game 2.
Oh my goodness, the way that they just scooped in to collect that, though. You saw that Eclectic was stuck on the edge right there by the circle, by the right side of the circle for so long. Even the mobile respawn beacon coming in for some makeshift cover, but that was so chaotic. Those last 3 squads, I believe, was Inner Nerd Gaming, CDE, and Eclectic, and overall those 3 teams, specifically Inner Nerd, holding on to the high ground for the entirety of that game, was able to not really feel the withdrawal of ammunition. They didn't feel like they were wasting themselves on that loop because they continued on the pressure from the high ground.
And they got so much out of that as well. The placement points alone got them at least to second. They should have gotten all 3 kills from the squad just before, so at the very least a first place finish, but also it was largely a game that didn't net them a whole lot of KP outside of that. The end game was where they needed to thrive, and only picking up the 1 squad may have them getting less points than you would otherwise expect.
I'm wondering here too, because I had seen in those last 5 remaining squads that Wingman Season gave up that position that Eclectic had just taken control over. It was the free real estate that they just presented to Eclectic there. And Wingman Season, they got ahead of themselves. They wanted to be able to secure a lot of that KP. They were able to get really aggressive when at the very start of that game too, they played things really slowly. They prioritized their position to look for an opportunity to situate themselves in that final circle.
Yeah, Wingman Season getting aggressive, what was really rough for them, especially with the bubble timings not quite being there. It was difficult for them to be able to time pushes around the defensive cooldown, but still a really nice game. Should have them with plenty of points, as we are going to take a very short break before we pop into our third game. And after that, we'll be able to find out just how many kills they accrued. Two games down, and that means that we've got 4 to go. But interestingly enough, Vicky, this one's going to be our last one on Storm Point. So, take a look back at how last game ended up going, we've really got to start analyzing how these teams are approaching Storm Point specifically, because this time it was a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right here with these early 50-50s happening, Asteria being the first squad to go out in this lobby was not what I was expecting, especially with their shortcoming of a run for that first game. But CCE were the ones to come out on top after that win. And CDE winning the entirety of Game 2 is great news for them, because I believe after Game 1, they had fallen in 12th place with no KP. So this is going to shift the overall leaderboard a lot.
Yeah, already second game. One of my favorites. I know that you and I talk about liking the 5th and 6th games quite a bit. The second has started to grow on me because you set expectations in the first game, you dismantle them in Game 2. Money Miners definitely defying expectations after a middling Game 1. They cleaned up squad after squad after squad until they were eventually shut down by Wingman Season.
Can't wait to see the overall kills that they were able to achieve right there. I love the play of the dome, but it was not enough. And this was the play. It was a horror movie. It was like October came early there. And it was so unfortunate where the last player for that team, Polar Bear, was just ratting it up for quite some time, but at least secured some of that positioning, those placement points that they definitely need.
Yeah, that's everything you want. When you've got a rat hanging out, pick up a few points. He ended up winning some long-range fights as well against the G7. I remember that being an exciting point of contention. Blackhand did go out early, though, for contests in Swamp, and Chatamus Prime, after a very early rotate with that Valk, the double-edged sword that we talked about earlier, also met a similar fate. It was Wingman Season that really had the most autonomy until right up at the very end.
And you could say that at the very end, they gave up the exact same spot that you currently see Internerd Gaming playing off of. It was eclectic that they were essentially just shoved after this point. And when you currently have Wingman Season holding the God spot, but then getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, they wanted to secure that KP at the same time, but maybe didn't expect that CDE was going to be able to rotate at the perfect time right here. And they were fully all up after that fight too, so they were able to close out that last fight and take game number 2 amazingly.
Really cool to watch as well with their great start. CDE, 24-point game, not the highest that we've had. However, Wingman Season coming in right behind them, 14 points, still 10 down, so pretty big difference between these squads, but Wingman Season's performance, relatively consistent and eclectic, coming up in 4th as well, is a very consistent squad to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and what's really nice here to note is that Chatamus Prime, they won Game 1 with 13 kills. So currently, even though CDE come right back in game number 2, take the game with 12 kills, Chatamus Prime are still leading the way with overall kills as well as taking that game.
That'll leave them relatively comfortable, and there is the chance that you still end up placing even top half overall after having one good game, but it is really, really tough, especially because Chatamus Prime left with just a single point that time around.
Just one single crumb right here. As Chatamus Prime, they're just going to have to exit out in that 12th place spot. That 1 point, though, at least those placement points, every little bit counts out here, especially after they won that first game. But we're going on to game number 3, Dia, and this is the last game that we're going to see on Storm Point.
Yes, and this is where the decisions really come to a point, right? Because we do need teams to be adapting very quickly, but at the same time, there are going to be teams that are already like, you know what, it's third game on Storm Point isn't working out for us, we'll play for positioning, we'll play for as long as we can, but honestly, starting to work towards that World's Edge momentum, because some teams have yet to really adapt to the more fast-paced. We haven't seen that many Horizons, and that's something that I will say is I almost require if we're having a Storm Point game.
Yeah, I agree. I actually was going to touch up on the compositions that we've seen so far. I've seen one Horizon. We've seen the Crypto onto CIMJ. We've been seeing the Loba out here, and it's interesting to see how a lot of these compositions are over at Storm Point and how that could shift going into World's Edge. Are we going to see teams change things up? Are we going to see teams play a lot more defensively with those buildings? We're going to see a lot more caustics. We're going to have to see there, because game number 2 really did highlight how some of these teams feel comfortable on their pick. I mean, we saw Z Davis, of course, with a Bangalore. We can't overlook that too, and just the different types of compositions that we have on Storm Point allows a lot of these teams to be much more flexible.
Yeah, the Bangalore's been really interesting as well, because I feel like it's something that did get and should have gotten a lot of value in general in game 1, in that zone specifically that pulled us up towards the north, over towards Wall, but game 2, not nearly so much either visibility or advantage, as so many teams were able to hold actual building points until the very end. As we drop into game 3, though, we'll see where Ring takes us. We'll see how that impacts the Legend choice, because this is our final time for these teams to redeem themselves on Storm Point.
Yeah, I'm talking about positions, Internet Gaming with that high ground positions from the very beginning. You know that they're going to look for that opportunity again, as that allowed them to get that second place spot right behind CDE. So now as we get into the third and final game of a Storm Point, have these teams adapted fully, or are they feeling much more confident going into World's Edge?
Wondering if there are still contests over in Fish Farms as well, because Asteria was fighting so early over by Lightning Rod that we didn't really get the chance to check in about that. But it does seem like we've at least got the thought of it, with perhaps actually having given it up. Shogun and squad going to land early, giving this one over to Wingman as High Caliber land in a Gale Station, which is not bad by the loot, but still a tough rotate.
Yeah, again, I've seen in the Pro League that sometimes Fish Farms is split up with Gale Station because of just that loot distribution. So having that split up could actually be a kind of a drawback for some of these teams looking for a much better loot pool as CCE. This is where we saw the early 50-50, by the way, with CCE, with Asteria. It looks like we may have it all over again, Dia.
Not bad pickups at all. Thermite already coming out, but not a whole lot of loot going to be denied, and this should be a lot more comfortable for Asteria. Now that they've gotten the guns that they want, they're not going to be running with bows anymore. Champ Shane also dropping with a purple is going to be a lot more comfortable. Does have the Wraith as well to reposition, and we could see CCE, in a way, sort of circle cap. Asteria can make their way out towards this gravity cannon, get the resources that lie in this building, and instead try and play a little bit more defensively.
And Asteria need to be able to win these trades. I mean, these shots getting put out by CCE is just super lethal. Even though Asteria picked up the blue Evo, picked up the purple Evo, they're still getting beamed down with this weapon loadout that we're seeing Ivan have. He's got the triple take, he's got the alternator, and he's looking for the right angle to kill.
Triple take so ridiculously good.
My favorite.
In the early game as well. Still keeping that one, even though we swapped over to the R301. We're running a little bit low in the ammunition category, but Blood Cube's starting to put on the gas. Walking up with this Rampage that I will say is still an absolutely insane weapon in Season 12.
And just to highlight where these teams are currently right now after those last two games, CCE is in 12th place. Even though they found these trades and coming out on top against Asteria, Asteria is in that number 20th spot as they've gone down really early in these last two games. So CCE, they want to try to keep them at bay as Asteria have the better position, but look at this Rampage, it's all revved up, breaking down those doors.
They're already denying so much safety and instantly opening up the time for the push as well. CCE right on top of you now are not going to let Asteria go without this fight that will be forced. Having the height at the same time does mean they get to enter. Nobody found just yet, but it is going to be a slow crawl forward. Watching these angles is Cube. When CCE go, they have got to go together. And with Bubble already expended, they may just wait the 20 seconds out until they have it again.
It just looks so funny how they just opened up those doors expecting Asteria. Asteria was not there. They had repositioned into that first floor of the building. They know that they're right on top of them, but you see that PK in the hands of Champagne, and you see Ivan up on the high ground in case that they decide to climb up on the other side of the building, as Asteria is just going to hold themselves at bay.
Okay, a little bit more data now given over to CCE. They've been able to look in the windows. It's interesting to me that Flux has elected for the bow really early on. Still a tough thing to make work, but not wanting to take too much time looting up. I suppose we can give it a little bit of forgiveness, as at close range, it may just hamper the fight of CCE. They've got the bubble off cooldown once again. Have attracted a few Prowlers, I will say, but it's going to just be a little bit of cursory loot given over to them as a result. Still looking at these doors as well, the ones not blown up by the Rampage now, giving CCE entrance. Plugged Cube and Flux reduced to flesh, and now the second bubble is out, and that means defensive advantage to Asteria. CCE only having the doors in between them and the enemy squad. Do lose one very quickly, lose a second to a Thermite, while Asteria, playing with complete control on the inside, have managed to repel the push and maybe just find themselves 2 kills.
What's insane is that even though they won this trade initially, closes up things with CCE. They won that trade initially, but even then, Drago and Reverium went down really low, so that was still scary, even though they had their raids still up and standing and strong. Currently, though, coming out on top, Asteria really needed to win that fight because they continuously had lost that 50-50. Now, game number 3. On the last game of Storm Point, they are able to get that momentum rolling for themselves.
Popped like a bottle of Champ Shane as well with the headshot on the Peacekeeper. Delicious. And couldn't come at a better time either, because you've got to get down to this low ground. Zone 1 starting to close in, and We do have Prowler Caves available to play on the low ground. Interestingly enough, most of the area up towards the more northern end of the map not going to be available for play, as all of the... what am I calling this? As all of High Point not going to be really playable at this point.
Yeah, you gotta talk about the high to low ground disparity here, too, within Storm Point. That's why we were highlighting the verticality that some of these compositions provide. Redeem, back on the Trident, by the way. They absolutely love rolling in style, but they love rolling up with the attention all over them. They have some great Evo shields that they're working off of, too, but they're coming up right behind TPM.
Just full sending it through these buildings as well, going all the way down to Cascade, where there is a replicator that can get themselves a little bit more, but what is otherwise a pretty difficult place to defend. This building specifically, or these kinds of buildings, is where you want to be running the caustic, and they are not.
Yeah, instead, all they are is looking outside these windows, but they got the wingman, they got the PK looking at Joey. Blackout's setup, he's got the redeploy too. I like this call to actually opt to take control over this building, because they noted that TPM was right in front of them. They were getting pinged by another squad off to their left, so they didn't want to give that team that was shooting at them from their 6 the opportunity to go in and pinch them. So Redeem opting just to loot up a little bit more. They have a great weapon load. I saw that purple extended light mag on the R9, and looking on the other side of things, over by Wall, you can see where the circle is pulling up north. We've seen this circle actually end up a little bit on the outskirts of Wall. We saw in the Pro League. It could definitely happen again with a lot of these teams taking up the real estate inside these buildings already.
Yeah, I mean, if it does, you are opening yourself up to a world of being pushed, but potentially God positioning, Shadowpoint may be able to make it work. Wingman season playing very far edge, though, in Launchpad, which is pretty typically contested when zones pull over towards the more eastern end. Aren't going to be surviving for too long. Initial knock comes in, but Noko putting down fire. Doesn't find a knock in return just yet. Instead, eats a little bit too much damage, reduced to flesh, and Wingman season will have to play this one out 2 versus 3. Can they do it?
That's Money Miners that is beating them too out here, and they're still going. Look at the car go in, and it's okay if he's got 76 bullets in the reserve because he's got 162 light ammo, trying to find the opportunity with the face breach if he can find the right angle, but he doesn't want to expose himself. His head just looking directly up. He doesn't want to be out into their line of sight and put himself in a vulnerable position after they were able to dirty that third from Wingman season.
No, the window definitely passed for this opt up to the high ground. Still available for later if they get a crack, but things will be a little bit more difficult. Nades not quite going to land if there are even any left. Money Miners can bleed you out from this low ground, making you pay for your over positioning. 2 versus 3. We are going in. Money Miners are relying on their numbers to solve this fight for them, but they lose their Gibraltar, lose a second as well, and Noko and Mullis may be able to clutch this. Mullis bubble fighting right now, reduced to just the health, but pops out from behind the shields, playing these knockdowns, jumps down just a little bit too early, and Stunny's able to clutch it up.
Oh, the choke at the very end. I mean, I was surprised. I thought the phase breach would have allowed all of the team from Money Miners to make their way over to the top, but maybe trying to take it off angle, trying to go through the zip line was just not it, as you currently have Wingman season seeing another day. And this is the circle that we were highlighting before. I do believe this circle is going to be on the outskirts of Wall, closer to that southeastern side that you currently see DICE situated in. That's going to be CDE, taking that final circle positioning that we had seen from Sentinels in the Pro League just this past Saturday.
I know, I'd like to see Asteria on that note sort of take high ground above them, see if they can make this a more difficult point, because as you get more and more squads trying to push up to the high ground, the game sort of becomes easier unless you're fighting a war on 2 fronts, because from height, you can take as many squads as you want trying to run up the hill towards you. It's only when you've got an off angle dealt that things really become difficult.
All I can remember here in this spot, too, is one of our Challenger Circuit teams that made it into the Pro League for the Split 2 was contesting TSM in that building that you currently see Asteria pinging and just distracting them while trying to go in for a reposition. And it was absolutely lethal here, as you can see Asteria trying to put down some pings, also noting some of the buildings that they want to take that same space in. I like the portal that we currently have Champagne having just in case they want to go for a reposition. But it's all the intel that they're just trying to take control over right now. They see that there's a few squads already situated in these buildings, but they don't want to overextend at the same time here. Looking at the weapon loadout that we see Reverium have, he's got the massive, he's got the R301, but they're taking these off angles to note where the other teams are.
Still plenty of time for them as well. They are inside of the next zone, and if they want to play a little bit more edge, just make sure that nobody else rotates in alongside them. They're going to be in a decent position. I assume that we're shooting at a drone, but Asteria have spotted you out and now get spotted out themselves, so we are going to be trading fire up here. Nobody should end up following those. All these squads are far enough away from each other that knocks should be more formalities than anything.
Absolutely. No team is going to go in, even if they do get a knock here, because they want to stay in these buildings. You were highlighting before how in Storm Point, you don't see those bunkered down compositions as often as you would see on World's Edge, because there's not that real estate that you have as often on World's Edge on Storm Point here, which is why you see a lot of these teams rotating from outside the circle, as Redeem maybe just closing up on some extra loot if they are shooting at these spiders here. But as Z Davis just makes his rotate, he sees a straggler on the rooftop with this flatline, just trying to put in some of that extra pressure. It's also nice to note that the 2x4 that's he's rocking on that flatline is in the replicator, as well as the purple extended light mag, so that may allow a lot of these teams to have those replicator controls at the start of their drops be really important here for their weapon loadout.
Playing this in a very NRG-esque way as well. Redeem are trying to control both choke points, but end up meeting with some resistance off to their north. As to whether they're able to control that or not will be likely a deciding factor in whether they're able to access the high ground, as they do have the reposition from Oxy Ares, but as you and I discussed earlier, Valkyrie, when coming up from the low ground, not nearly as powerful because you get so much less distance out of that reposition.
And that's why the redeploy is really important to know of when you should use it. Where are you in terms of the geography of Storm Point that allows you to get the most out of that redeploy? As Alter Ego rocking the Loba themselves here, they're just noting where they were getting shot up before, as Z Davis took some of those pot shots earlier on with the flatline. And CIMJ, this is the team that has been rocking the crypto, putting in so much pressure. There's a care package right there, but they're landing right on top of a team.
I can't believe they're alive right now. I actually physically cannot stomach the fact that they've been able to survive. CDE let this opportunity roll past, and now have some next door neighbors that are a little bit hostile and a lot less free access to the care package that you mentioned earlier. Should actually maybe still be theirs, as we do have a Loba, so you can loot it from afar. But even this roof control, not necessarily a game-winning spot now that you've got a little bit of contest, and Gibby on the lowest floor as well. It can throw that down that defensive bombardment at a moment's notice.
What's so scary is that the black market has already been out, so that other team could actually use that black market away from CDE. We have to see as CIMJ are getting involved in this fight. They want to have control over this building as the bombardment has been called down. The dome has been put down as they were underneath the building originally. You see the crypto drone is on the other side for some extra intel, but this team is not going to give up this building easily. They're going to stay on top of this rooftop because they're going to have the positional advantage there.
I think rightly so. You know, you're fighting for this. You're making CIMJ think twice about staying right below you, but it does cost resources from CDE as they are being pressured from the back by who we don't know yet. But this is where CDE may start to sweat quite a bit, because a war on multiple fronts not exactly favoring them, especially here where they're now getting angled on, and it is by Asteria. They did go back through Prowler Caves. Yes! Yes!
Yes, this is what I like to see. This is the position that they want to hold on to as Redeemer forced to play this out as a solo. I don't think they can get away in time as Stick Drift OP now circle around the boulder, trying to utilize that natural cover, but they're getting beamed by another team, and this is the risk that taking these final circle positionings early on in the game brings, because you know that you're going to get contested by more of these teams, and you put yourself more at risk by these third parties.
Yeah, you've got to be ready to absorb any pushes, any redeploys that get thrown down on top of you with no questions asked, making this the easiest fights of your life, because if you get knocked once, you are dead. And a lot of shield batteries, apparently, are in the fans of Stick Drift OP, as they are giving them out like candy at a birthday party. But even so, retaining this height, interestingly enough, not being shot by a lot of teams on the low ground, they're pretty comfortable.
Meanwhile, Alter Ego popping that shield bat for that one. Okay, now actually opting to probably go for that shield cell as I saw the cancel on the shield bat. There we go. And Midden still on that Loba, just looking for the opportunity with this longbow. seeing a lot of charge rifle being utilized on Storm Point for all the right reasons, but those 2 longbow shots are going to be able to find that crack, but they don't want to give up this spot, but they're going to have to start moving in less than 15 seconds now if they want to get into the circle, but they know that there's another team right in front of them, and currently, a dam right here, that's going to be Chadimus Prime, or they're just going to be waiting for the opportunity to actually pinch Alter Ego.
I don't think Alter Ego have vertical clearance here. I don't think they're able to Valkyl. We're going to find out. There we go. Valkyl does end up going off, but now's the time to push as a Naum if you want to try and find these knocks. Not going to come through instead. We'll see what the fate of Alter Ego is, as they're likely going to land directly on top of Stick Drift OP. Valk passive does spot it, but is it going to be early enough to stop it? Going right on over the wall into the waiting arms of Shadow Point. Alter Ego haven't actually gone down yet and end up holding on to the low ground, but the question is, for how long can they do it?
Oh, the pings, they know that there could be a player right below them. That's exactly an opening where Stick Drift OP could approach from here, as Alter Ego are just hugging the outside of this wall. Wingman Season, though, they want in on the action, having that dome being forced out right in front of them, but they do find these cracks as Noko's already at Red Evo.
Raber in the lobby as well. Drago's starting to find knocks. Wingman Season maybe just finding whole buildings right now. Stunny going to get beamed, but does exit through the thermite in order to keep himself alive. Now Wingman Season needing to reset, lose Noko, and things are starting to go south for them as they are getting cleaned up on the inside. Demi, Wizard Coin, and Hero of Abstinence have finally found their fight.
Oh man, they need it here too. They've been able to clean up some squads here, looking at the fact that they already have 3 KP. Abstinence now is going to be able, unnecessary, your shields are already powered up, but you know what? It's about making a statement at the end of the day, Dia. You see that portal being put down too to make sure that they can't take that portal, so that was actually a really good call right there to not waste your time to actually just get through that knockdown shield. Abstinence now though, Demi in trouble as they get beamed by Goat.
Blackhand come up right behind them and are not going to make this easy. It is the 2 versus 3, but one that Abstinence seem to be winning for right now with the bubble that is dropped. Abstinence actually managed to clutch that out and somehow, some way, absorb yet another kill, make it a 3rd. As Blackhand drop like flies, trying to push into Abstinence. A phase breach is coming in. What on earth is going on? It never stops for Abstinence, but they still might be able to do it. Wizard Coin's going to get the reload inside of these.
What?
Oh my lord, knockdown shield! How do they pull it off again and again? What an incredible series of plays by Abstinence. And 4 kills going over to Wizard Coin.
That was so funny. That was 3 different squads just rotating one by one by one. I mean, buy one, get one free, but it was TPM, Blackhand, Wingman Season. What was going on with all the action there as Eclectic looked to get the God spot for this final circle? This is that spot I was mentioning right before, but they're getting beamed right now. Key's got that gold Evil Shield to help reset, but Jelly gets taken down first.
Losing in Gibraltar means that you don't have that extra bit of defense, and Exalt are going to take advantage of that for all that it is worth. Arcstar's not quite connecting on them, but Patty does go down. Health bar's still low, though, as the effective trade did occur, and Pup and Cowboy can keep up this siege. Not quite finding the angles, not quite finding the 3rd member. Patty actually gets thirsted on the way back, making things more difficult for them, as it's Eclectic that's starting to clean up. And Exalt are not nearly so comfortable now as they were moments before.
Exalt, though, at least do have some breathing room by these rocks, but for how long before they get contested? The circle is closing up behind that team, and Exalt is not inside the circle just yet, so they're going to have to inch towards their right here, but they're still in their line of sight, just noting where that team is going to approach from. But that team does have the intel that Exalt is playing this as a duo right now, and they're getting beamed by another team up ahead. They may need to give up this high ground. They don't have any cover.
They got to drop bubble. They got to do something, because taking this fire from afar is not going to do them good. Abstinence once again put in a difficult situation, but once again, it is just Wizard Coin remaining. This time it isn't enough, though, as Inner Nerd Gaming do clean up those 3 kills, and Abstinence, well, it did prevent 3 third parties, was not enough to keep the nerds away.
Not over what chaos that just went down earlier on, but currently Inner Nerd Gaming has just been on a run from that last game, playing for that final circle positioning, holding on to the high ground. Now that just went down earlier on, but currently Inner Nerd Gaming has just been on a run from that last game, playing for that final circle positioning, holding on to the high ground. Now sitting in top 9 overall with Stick Drift OP, unmoved in the same spot, and now utilizing the Trident as some natural cover. here.
That's some really creative stuff. I like seeing it when teams can pull this off, and it seems like for right now, it's nigh on unpushable. Speaking of unpushable, Eclectic up on the height are having the time of their lives, throwing down gunfire into all of the remaining squads because they've got angles on everybody.
That's the best place to be right now for the circle, but this is pulling a lot more north than I was expecting here, and this could actually be scary as Eclectic are going to be forced to play around the outskirts of the wall, and you have to think fast here. With less than 20 seconds, they want to try to get into that position because this circle is going to delete your health.
They've got Sushi with the ultimate available. Eclectic still fighting their way out, have dropped down onto the low ground and lost a member. There's a third-party angle here if Stick Drift OP want to try and take it. Eclectic's bubble just now expiring. Got some kills to start to clean up and will do so. Firing warning shots at any team that would otherwise contest them, but still opening themselves up on this height and actually going over the wall right now to try and make the push happen earlier than anyone else would. Hopefully, meaning that Eclectic get to stay safe, but we'll see for how long that's true as ZLB find the angles, find these kills, and are going to send themselves one squad further up with 2 KP in their pocket.
They knew Eclectic was right there. They were forced to go into the circle with the circle closing in right behind them. And now, currently, with these fights happening on the high ground, Exo just trying to find an opportunity. Polar Bear coming in to redeem themselves. Alter Ego having the opportunity, but they've lost mid in the process.
Not so easy to find the push onto them. Anthem takes to the skies, isn't hit by the defensive bombardment on the way down, but the frag may just kill him, barely evading that, but then caught by the ring at the very last minute. We will get Alter Ego going down, joined by Stick Drift OP. ZLB still inside this, though. Looks like Shadow Point ended up falling as well. So it's going to be ZLB, Inner Nerd Gaming. We got 2 other squads in here that could take the title away from them.
Beautiful look again from Inner Nerd Gaming. Consistency is key here. So you see a lot of these teams just playing this split up. A lot more cover compared to the last 2 end circles that we had seen so far in Storm Point. But Inner Nerd Gaming are in such a good spot right here.
At the moment, so much cover from above as well means they don't have to give up defensive cooldowns to stop themselves from being hurt by defensive bombardments. Really nice stuff for them. But now, with 17 seconds left until ring close, they're going to have to give all that up, and ZLB are waiting for them. This is the one squad that threatens ZLB the most is Inner Nerd, and this is going to be a 3v3 for the ages, maybe even for the game.
And they're in a good spot here, too, because they see both squads in their line of sight, but they're going to be the first one forced to just move forward. You see the quick swap as the tether was able to do a little bit of that damage there, and now they're going to be able to take their time as the circle is going to be closing in right behind them. But what a way for these teams to be playing this off right now. That's going to be Inner Nerd Gaming right there. You're going to have the other squad on the other side as ZLB have both teams in their line of sight.
CIMJ, I believe, still in this one last rat available, so as soon as they clean this up, it should just be a straight-up 3v3 between ZLB and Inner Nerd, taking advantage of the distraction, though. Audiovant throwing in the nades, can't find a lot of damage. Arcstar connects, and while the Thermite doesn't, the damage has been done. Inner Nerd may have just won this fight if they can press the advantage, but paying respect to that third squad, they are giving this plenty more time, and now paying attention to the Ash Portal right beneath them. A nice pop from Paxton opens up the fight really well, and now it's Inner Nerd's chance to third party. They've got that bubble in. They know that the squad below them is weak, and they will be taking this game away from ZLB, maybe even away from CIMJs. It's just a Rat Valkyrie on top, who is not going to be able to 1v3, though it was a valiant attempt. Inner Nerd Gaming finding themselves the win after just barely missing it in Game 2.
And that's what I was wondering, where's the rest of CIMJ were? We had seen for a while that ZLB had Inner Nerd Gaming in their line of sight, but we were wondering, where is CIMJ? Where are these EMPs? And that's exactly why, because CIMJ were forced to play that as a rat. But I have to highlight, that final positioning from Inner Nerd Gaming was fantastic for them to close out that game.
So good, and really well played as well, because you saw them considering giving up the bridge. I want to say, Vicky, I would have done it. I got an Arcstar like that. I got a Thermite like that. I'm giving up bridge. I'm giving up height. I am aping it. But really nice control from them meant that even had there been more of CIMJ, they still likely would have won it because they retained that height that is all important on Stormpoint.
Yeah, and that's the key here on Storm Point. Those final circle positionings is so, I mean, it's important in any map, but specifically on Storm Point with all these open areas, it's extremely lethal if you're caught outside of a building, if you're caught in the middle of that rotation where you're forced to funnel out into the line of sight of many different squads, which is exactly what happened when Internet Gaming went crazy within where they were situated on top of that bridge when they saw that ZLB had no other choice to put themselves out into their line of sight, where they were forced to also burn that dome really early in the fight.
And now, with all of the learning that has been done, with Inner Nerd clearly studying up to get themselves a very high point game, we've got 3 games of World's Edge coming up. So we're going to get the chance to see how everybody feels in their home territory, the one that all these squads know the best, the map that has been competitive for the longest. These strats should be nice and polished up. Before that, though, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with Game 4. Welcome back, folks. 3 games down. Storm Point now gone, as all these teams will have to be leaving it behind, thinking about what their strats will be on World's Edge. Challenger Circuit still extremely hyped right now, and the level of competition has clearly taken a step up with all the experience that people got in Challenger Circuit 1. These teams are looking really good.
Absolutely, and this is what I'm expecting here. Looking at the Challenger Circuit, looking at NA, I knew that we had so many talented players competing in the Challenger Circuit, and we have these consistent teams like Inner Gaming now taking game number 3. They came out on top, I believe top 3. They got second place in game number 2, so they were able to accrue a good amount of points themselves. Looking back on that last game that we just had, the last game that we had on Storm Point alone, so that was that last chance to kind of make that gap for yourself as a team. But at least Asteria at the very start came out on top for this 50-50 against CCE.
They finally, right? They get their chance, their time in the sun. It didn't last too long. They didn't make it into the end game. It is a big victory for them, and there was a really big victory up here as well. The push from Money Miners looked good at first, but they didn't realize who they were pushing into.
It was funny, too, because you saw the turnaround from Reed. Saw that currently Mullis had taken a flanking angle going up that zipline and said, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. And then realized that they were unfortunately sandwiched between those 2 members of Wingman Season. Now, Abstinence, though, this was insane. This had to have been my favorite part of the night so far. One by one as they trickled in, it was like, what is happening? Phase breach, the portal. Abstinence cannot get a break, but you know what? Wizard Coins got the help of the knockdown shields from his team.
It was ridiculous to watch them, and even here, when they finally went out, there was a part of me that was going, "No, Wizard Coin clutches these." It just, I mean, I had, it's not even PTSD, but it's like this remembrance of just something amazing that had just happened. This is what you get though with a team like Abstinence, who've been playing together for so long. It is a really new third, but with Wizard Coin and Demi Chase, you just get this promise of amazing gameplay.
Oh, and that moment there, too. Dodging the frag and then into the bombardment true combo. You hate to see it, but I love to see Internet Gaming holding onto that bridge, taking that victory after they got second in game number 2. It was just a matter of time before they were able to stay consistent enough to take game number 3.
22-point game as well. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I gotta be thinking about these guys, though, going into next game. I do wonder where they land, because I haven't seen Internet Gaming play things out on World's Edge just yet, but if these 2 games have been any indication, it's going to be somewhere with some crazy height, because that seems to be their thing.
I think it's so funny that Abstinence had gotten 10 kills out of the chaos that they were forced to deal with in the middle of their rotation. Actually insane here, because they were able to secure so much points just off of those kills alone. Yeah, they got 4th, but still, you got the placement points and you got the KP on top of that. So a good look here for Abstinence.
It's really funny, too, because we know that with Anonymous mode on, everybody's just seeing squads be eliminated. They don't know that Abstinence is doing it, necessarily. And so you get to the end game screen, you finally see what happened, and your eyes must just bug out going, what on earth was going on in this corner of the map? Bottom half of the standings for last game, though, does leave Eclectic with just 5 points. And 3 of our teams on 0 right now, as Rarex, DT, and Redeem were eliminated earlier alongside CCE, who did take that 3v3 against Asteria.
And it's nice to note here, CDE getting 16th, Chatham is Prime getting 14th. These are 2 teams that have managed to take a game so far. So a lot of shifting for a lot of these teams when it comes to adapting around Storm Point onto map number 3. So going on to game number 3. So that's incredibly important as we move on to World's Edge, our next map, to see which of these teams stay consistent, which of them are going to change up their compositions, and are we going to see some more early 50-50s go on in a different map now?
Are we going to see Caustic? That's my curiosity, especially with you on the broadcast. So. I know this was called out on Saturday as well, where people are like, yeah, Mickey hates Caustic. But I think if you're going to pull it out, this is the map to do it.
Agreed, 100%. I mean, because even though those nerfs came in, let's be real here. Even with those nerfs, Caustic is such a strong bunker down character, especially on World's Edge. Quite literally prevents a lot of the pushes that would be necessary to secure a lot of these buildings. I'm thinking about buildings like the Survey Beacon building that's north of Fragment. A lot of times you see a lot of these circles that pull south of Skyhook end up on top of that building. Very easily contested, and it's actually going to be a Survey Beacon in that exact building going going into this first game on World's Edge. But again, I'm looking at some of these early 50-50s. Are we going to see another CCE versus Assyria on drop, or are we going to see a lot more respect coming out of their teams since we have more POIs for our teams to feel more flexible on?
Yeah, I wonder. And I'm interested as well in this Lava City big mod fight that normally happens, because Blackhand, I know, likes to rotate up a little bit further north. It seems like, though, our initial taste of action is over in Climatizer, where CCE are once again taken low. I do wonder if it's Asteria once again. As we look up, it seems like it just might be. Instead, different squad. And it doesn't look like they're going to be surviving for too long. CCE end up taking them out, and in pretty quick fashion as well. That's for our CTE.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what CCE ate, but they woke up and they chose chaos, and they're not slowing down. ZLB also taking another note from CCE's book, as they actually lost their Gibby here, as Liquid Snake needs to be recovered. But I love how they're funneling this team. The L-Star shots melting down these players.
That's some of the best L-Star use I've ever seen, but it's gonna come to an end real quick. ZLB taking this fight, and nicely done from them. This time taking down Abstinence, who had so much tenacity in Game 3, but on World's Edge just couldn't cut it.
It's a different look, a different map, and look at where this circle is pooling. What do you know? I'm not surprised, as we're going to have a southern circle. Now, I like these circles because if it does pull more towards the west, we could see an open field circle here on World's Edge. We're having the high ground over by Lava Siphon. It's going to be the name of the game, but if not, so rather launch site, but if not, sometimes you see it pull right outside of the eggshell closer to Dome.
In both cases, just height is ridiculously oppressive, and the eggshell providing a whole lot of counterplay. I've seen a lot of Dome endings recently, so I'm excited for another one of those. However, our excitement is going to have to be spread throughout this game because the fights are not slowing down at all. Wingman Season finding themselves a kill, are continuing to exert control over the, oh my lord, high ground here in the train tunnel. Those are some crazy shots from Zednim, and coming from SXG, just last preseason qualifier, you can tell they didn't get the name for best fighting team for no reason. Zednim was a big part of that, and with this Wingman is proving it.
Always, every single time we get to look at Zednim's screen, he is not missing those Wingman shots. Always so consistent with that. That recoil control is just absolutely terrifying. And living up to the name, as Noko tries to build up that Evo shield, unfortunately misses those last few shots with the alternator, but at least they do secure some of this extra space on the train tracks. Looks
like the warm-up treated Noko pretty good. I remember it was tuning in at the end of the stream. We talked about how he hadn't played for a little while, but the warm-up has clearly been well worth the time, because Wingman Season have had a pretty good day so far and don't look like they're too shaken up by the transition of maps. If anything, they're feeling even more confident as just walking through the open area in Survey Camp. They go, nobody's going to be here. Everybody plays Zone on World's Edge. You are all alone and nobody can help you.
And what's great here is that now Wingman Season could be a lot more comfortable. I believe right before this game, right after game number 3, they're right now in the overall placing of 7th place with 21 points, so they really need to cake things up to be in the top 5 as we go on to game number 4. You can already see a lot of our teams, though, taking up that real estate over by Lava City. And this is great here, too, because Blackhand has been rocking the horizon at the very start, even on Storm Point when we were highlighting the verticality and what that map provides. But also on Lava City, it's the same case here with the horizon. You're going to be able to get to those buildings a lot quicker, get onto the rooftops to have that positional advantage, as we see a redeploy happening right above them.
Yeah, the problem for Blackhand right now is going to be that the horizon, while really good in vertical situations, is going to make things very difficult when they eventually have to push out of Lava City, if they do. I really like this movement, however, from Sea Escape and Carlin as we move a little bit behind the Dome. CDE get themselves a position that we know teams like CLG like to favor in the Pro League, Renegades even. If you can get yourself towards the south end of the map, you can essentially play Edge because nobody can come from behind you.
And it's a good way to decide where you want to rotate to. They're outside of the line of sight of a lot of these teams as they rotate on the outside of Dome, and if the circle does pull more so towards the west, then they have the option to go behind Dome into the high ground that the outer skirts of Dome provide for that final circle, as CDE are also using that Loba still too, which allows them to also get a lot of this loot without overcommitting. And as you can see, it's for a good reason. With Sea Escape having this gold Evo shield, he still is getting shot from behind.
It's rough because a lot of people want your spot, but Stick Drift OP landing in a pretty high priority spot as well. Get themselves inside Lava City, but they do take a lot of punishment for it. Flinzar likely going to have to pop the Phoenix kit once they make sure that they are safe inside this building. Relatively uncontested, but there is a squad landing right outside of them, right next door. And Stick Drift OP are likely going to have to fight.
We are not breaking anytime soon. So many of these teams already taken this position here. So currently see CDE getting themselves in a fight. They wanted to secure that building, but maybe not expected that there was already a team in there as High Caliber take control over this building. They already have that beacon control too, as they have the intel of where the circle is going to be pulling next. So they don't even have to go anywhere. They know that they're in for the next circle.
Yeah, information like that is so important on World's Edge as well, where there are a lot more god spots, it feels like. On Stormpoint, we get to this place where high ground rules everything, but if you take high ground too early, you die. World's Edge, not exactly like that. If you have the information advantage, if you can scan the beacon, there's a good chance that you put yourself inside of a building that's right in the middle of zone and get to use the safety or abuse the safety that way.
I was a little scared there for Money Miners. Reeds was quite literally the definition of one, but they managed to get to some cover. They also secured that building there too. Money Miners, I was highlighting them earlier that they were able to qualify in for this finals after having a godlike last game earlier this weekend. Now Chatham is prime. This is our winning team from game number 1. They've had a bit of a rough few games though, so they want to keep themselves in the competition if they have a really good game here on World's Edge. And you can see they're playing this a lot slower as they are going to be able to utilize the redeploy right off the bat now.
Good cover as well. After expending the ordinances, just to make sure that they had some time, they end up avoiding being sandwiched, and now we'll get to choose where they land, likely prioritizing a place like Lava Siphon. Gives them the ability to third-party anything inside of launch site, as well as maybe take the low ground rotation up through caves. Caves, however, being claimed by TPM, would be a difficult rotation as we get a look at what that next circle will be.
Look at this. Look how many teams are in Dome. It's 4 teams in Dome already. You have TPM, like you were mentioning, already in the tunnel. It's so difficult. And then you have the high ground already being covered in launch site. You see Joey Blackout right there with the rest of his squad. Internet Gaming now making an appearance in this building. Make way. We're going to force our way into this building whether you like it or not. But you got to be careful because Weta right now is taking a lot of damage, losing out on that shield.
It's tough for sure. They end up expending some defensive cooldowns, but not in this case the Gibraltar Dome, so they do still have that for a shotgun fight were it to come to that. And Stick Drift OP, I think, respecting that, not wanting to take the 50-50 on the low ground, even if they did get the initial chunks, are more than happy to coexist. They have the Loba for priority on any loot that would land outside of them or even beneath them, have likely already taken everything they need in this building. So all it is for now is a nice neighbor who will probably help you out against any incoming pushes.
Yeah, especially with the Loba being in this situation, if we see one of these teams just fall down. I've seen it from a Hot Sticks video as Team Liquid has been able to scoop up some of that loot from right outside these boxes from some of these players before in the past. We could see that happen from the squad alone with that black market. With the CS Stick Drift OP are holding onto the rooftops, but they're sharing that space with another team right across.
Ooh, Chatham is prime in a very interesting situation as well, holding outside of Lava Siphon. They're playing not quite as edge as C9, but pretty darn close to it, as they're waiting for that zone to close in, but maybe looking to pick a fight. Wingman Season, however, have not slowed down on their fights and are looking for even more. These guys still are playing even more aggressively, the most aggressive team in our lobby thus far, and you can see why. Sedin, please, just not slowing down with these wingman shots and buying so much space for the team, forcing a defensive bombardment and a bubble almost single-handedly.
They're in their comfort zone right now, Dia. You could see Wingman Season now trying to get into an aggressive position here. Noko doesn't want to overextend alone, so the rest of Wingman Season are rallying right behind up here. And now they have the high ground here. This is a good spot for them, but the circle is not going to be on top of them, so they're going to have to start rotating soon. Or ZLB could circle keep them in the middle of their rotation.
You know what? I think that's dangerous. I don't often take positions. ZLB, I don't want to see them contest anything right now because as good as they are, Wingman Season are just on another level right now, and even so, the poke that they take just for trying to push out of the building is already terrifying. Maybe going up into the air. I like the reposition, the use of the Valkyrie ultimate, as it should be difficult to be shot out of the sky by a Wingman, right? right?
I would hope so, but with those I don't know. Zenim's built a little different with that wingman. He's been able to track so well. So we're going to have to see as Exalted now, actually down to just X-Pup on the Lobo with the blue Evo, could hopefully get Cowboy up in here. We've seen before how many squads were in this area alone. We had seen 2 before, but the Arcstar is right there. Can they get them up in time? You can, even though you're losing out on that shield. Hopefully they can reset, but look how aggressive this team is getting with these grenades.
Okay, able to defend just in time, though, with the bubble. Blackhand still scrambling away as well. You have Goat and Yatso that are still alive, but split up as they are, not going to be able to provide a whole lot. Redeem, though, just jumping down and yeeting away a kill, take out the rest of Asteria, and get right back to where they're safe in launch site.
Oxy said, all right, you guys like to talk about Zenim so much, but what about these wingman shots? Showing us another look here. This is that recoil control. Chatham is prime. This is the team that I was talking about before who took game number 1, currently sitting in 3rd place in the overall leaderboards. I like the way that they're playing this, though. They're playing this very passive-aggressively, as they are going to still stake onto this high ground. We saw it before that Joey Blackout's team was on this exact same spot, so Chatham is prime maybe fighting for the same position here, as they were able to flip the script and take control over the space alone.
A triple take and a Mastiff, the very definition of a Gibraltar player. No mid-range here. We are either fighting from a distance where I've got my gun shield, or fighting up close where I've got my big shield, is the promise of that loadout. However, there are some other promises being made, as landing in the center of 2 very talented squads is going to make things difficult for a team like Alter Ego that has just chosen to take this middle ground between Redeem and the Dome.
The fact that Redeem's also controlling both of these spots here, with Joey on the other side originally holding on to the high ground of Lava, or rather the high ground of launch site, looking over a lot of these teams moving away from Lava Siphon, as well as Z Davis and Oxy on the other side to control a lot of the space from these other teams looking for an opportunity to try to push in for this space. But now with the redeploy, they're going to get into a good spot, but we already know how many teams have settled into Dome. This could be risky here if they're going to settle for the outskirts of Dome, maybe the outskirts of the Egg Show, and that's exactly where they're pinging. We saw before how a lot of these teams wanted to be on the back end of the Dome before, but now they're going to get here first as the circle is towards their back so they can feel safe.
And they get the scan from the Valkyrie as well as the visual clearance that CDE no longer going to be there, no longer going to be able to contest. CIMJ landing on the other side are encountering a little bit more resistance, though. Also not scanned out by the Valkyrie, but I believe it's because it's just one person. Even so, not going to be enough as Eclectic, never mind, just in hiding behind the rock, end up taking 3 quick kills in no time at all.
Remember, we saw Eclectic situated here for a really long time, too. So just being able to wait by the rocks to not get picked up by that Valk passive was amazing, as now we get to see Inner Nerd Gaming. They have the portal, they have the control over this building, but they're not within the circle, so they're going to have to funnel out of this building soon. And we've seen it before with a lot of these teams holding the high ground on this hill. It could be real scary here, but Inner Nerd Gaming may have found a rat actually in their line of sight, just trying to find a proper angle with the Sentinel as he takes the shot, but unfortunately misses, just scraping the hair off of that Valkyrie.
Yeah, as much as you'll appreciate the low-profile hairdo that you now have, the spot not so safe. Wingman season maybe making it a little bit less safe as they round a corner, find a squad, and just decimate them. Porus has gone down instantly, and this is a squad that Wingman season weren't expecting, but have still dealt with in under 5 seconds, Vicky!
Wow, you can see that they quite literally chase them down. Wingman season are not pressing the brakes anytime soon. Again, they're in their comfort zone right now. They are okay as they're going to be situated into World's Edge rather easily. Stick Drift OP, though, with these black markets. Look at the loot that they are rocking here. You got the purple extended mags on those guns. You have great shields to work with as Internet Gaming have the positional advantage on top of these roofs, but they probably have that redeploy, too, that they may want to save up here to see where they want to rotate, because they know that they don't want to be out into the open when it comes to making this rotation.
Are we going to jump into Eclectic again? Because that is a genuine possibility if we're going up towards the high ground. Internet get chunked out just a little bit, but are struggling to decide where to go. There's an RV up to the north of them that Eclectic are currently defending, but still may be their best option. They're in the crossfire of at least 5 squads right now, but still land with over half their HP, and RV is where you want to go if this is empty.
What the good news here is for Internet Gaming is that they didn't land on Eclectic, and even though they were getting shot from different angles, they could at least heal up and try to push them in as Wingman Season in a fight themselves. The bombardment's getting put down, and they do have the portal that they're trying to find an off angle for. I like how aggressive that Wingman Season has been within this game. They need it, but did he just get kidnapped? I saw a portal coming out, and it looks like, oh no, he just took the portal to go back, reposition. That was going to be Zendim's portal that we heard earlier on. Here, the arcs are getting put down too, but they're not finding a great angle here, and they are playing off of the low ground.
They notice, though, that they're not the only squad fighting up top, so are going to be able to third-party this, forcing you out of your Gibraltar Dome from earlier. Wingman Season are putting the pressure onto Alter Ego, and even now, the jump tower not going to take you out. Stunny taken low, however, and with the Arc Star right in front of them, Wingman Season are going to take a brief reset here, trying to get themselves back into the game, at least health-wise, so they don't get third-partied as well.
Yeah, Noko said nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Anyways, is going to go for that reset, but they were getting pinged from a team right across the field, and that's the risk that this circle does bring when you are approaching from launch site. If it's not pulling towards the launch side where you were holding onto the high ground the whole time, now you're put out into the open for any squad that is shooting at you from Dome has that advantage. Currently in Dome, though, not putting themselves out in the open, is that squad that's healing up, and Wingman Season are still continuing on the heat. If it isn't going through Dome, it's going to be through the tunnel.
I think they found TPM, but can they take on a squad that has been sitting here almost the entire game? The decision, at least initially, is no. Wingman Season do have to back away, and with only 30 seconds to make a decision, it might just be a Valkyrie ult angle because they haven't got a whole lot of choices at this point. Stunny doesn't want to do it, though, and is running up the hill. A little bit of a split call from them. Wingman Season are losing some serious momentum.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You could see that they just really want to go in for these fights. CCE in this fight, too, on the low ground. Stick Drift OP, another squad right behind them. I hear a res coming out, but Flinter needs to watch out. He gets that crack. He gets that knock onto Plug Cube. He does not let the res go down. That's 2 down here, but Stick Drift OP need to be careful because there's another squad in the area.
Yeah, Blackhand noticed them and are now trying to take these kills for themselves. It is just a 2-man up Blackhand, but now the ring starts to close in and things just get trickier and trickier. You're not able to walk out as the Wraith. Oh, no! Oh, no! It is Doom that is bound as Blackhand end up collecting the kills, now turning to run up the hill themselves. They can't even fire at Exo and Flinzar, lest they would go down, but even so, Blackhand may be falling. Valk missiles coming in, Stick Drift OP starting to trade fire, but they're gonna end up going down as well. Inside of the ring, Flinzar falls, and Exo is the last member left alive of Stick Drift OP.
What do you do in this situation with the circle doing so much damage? You need to prioritize your position more than anything. That's why we saw those early rotations, but nobody can come out of Lava City unscathed. Now Chatham is Prime in trouble themselves. One down here as TPM now make their way into this fight. The outer parts of these domes are looking like a bloodbath as TPM get involved in the fight.
They grab themselves another knock as well, and TPM looks so good emerging from the caves where nobody was able to push them, not even Wingman Season. They end up playing a part in eliminating that very same squad, and now really only have to face up against Redeem on the outside of this dome. That's if anybody wants to go for the loot, as Redeem very well may, but Z Davis could encounter some trouble on his way.
This time, not on the Bangalores. We are on World's Edge. Joey gets deleted, but he gets to survive. He had the G7 in his hand. Every time we see one of these games with the G7, it is unfortunately doom for them. But Redeem now trying to go for the reposition. Joey needs to watch out because he is in that lava. He doesn't want to lose any more health since he is so incredibly low. They take this nice angle, though, right outside of the line of sight of these squads that we're trying to put in some of that pressure.
So much damage immediately does mean that Redeem are not going to be peeking that again. We've still got rotations available around the outside of the eggshell, but as we take a look up towards the southernmost part of the zone right now, Eclectic find themselves in a bit of a stalemate with the promise of a lot of kills coming to them soon if they can just hold the outdoors.
Trying to see here, Eclectic trying to have the opportunity to play right underneath the building, but they're in the line of sight of this other team here. They have the portal right in front of them, but they just want to stay here in this spot alone. A redeploy, though, happening. I'm a little shocked that this is going on. Maybe trying to get some intel, actually, if they want to get on the outskirts of the show. Another redeploy right in front of them. The skies are congested here.
It is rough, but air traffic control doesn't need to be called in just yet. as people should be able to find their landing spots, albeit Eclectic perhaps not as good of one. Redeem have found likely the best position right now, but one they may need to give up, as even these turbines not going to be safe for too long. Valk missiles likely won't reach you up here, but if you get caught in the ring like this, you are going to go down very, very quickly, and Redeem are forced right to the edge and right on top of the building, directly in front of them. Still needing to control these doors, but in a good position compared to a lot of squads below them.
That was TPM to be able to get some of those knocks going down. Again, you don't want to overextend here. You want to hold down to these buildings. The high ground here as Redeem is in one of the best spots, but they're getting contested onto the high ground as Oxy takes some of that pressure, but the wingman shots have been so consistent from this team as well.
They're just too good. These guys have so much competitive experience. That's the thing that really sells you on Redeem, is how often you've seen these guys' names around the pro scene on multiple different rosters, all of them anchors as well in their own right, being the stabilizing force on their team. The thing they bring is consistency, and at this point, it is consistently ass-kicking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 squads left. You have TPM. You have Redeem, like you were highlighting. Eclectic is here. TPM, were the squad that was inside the tunnel originally. They rotated out without being contested. They were also able to waver Wingman season away from them. And now Eclectic being in the middle of this rock could be real scary with the circle closing in right behind them and just being surrounded by this lava.
6 squads left. We've got another portal maybe being laid out. I think they've found themselves a solo, and Eclectic maybe able to collect the kill. Not a solo, however, and they've opened themselves up to a lot of damage. Key needs the bubble, and it does end up going down. Jelly playing support for the rest of the squad, but now this is a multi-team fight as Redeem have taken the off angle right now. There's a lot of pressure being applied. Bubble again for the fast revive. Redeem just need to hold this area, but how much manpower can they commit to it? Oxy Aries says that he can hold down just the corner of the dome for long enough. TPM now looking at this though, as the first bubble expires. They had that defensive advantage, and now they are pushing it with a bombardment as well to seal the deal. Knockdown shields aren't going to be enough, and TPM should be able to take this fight. They've lost 2 though, and Redeem starting to take this one again, almost turned entirely around before TPM sealed the deal with the Mastiff.
How did both of them go down when they had won the trade originally? Those sponges got the knock with the Kraber, and now the circle is closing in right behind them. This could be a 1v1 though, with Money Miners only having Reeds alive.
Does anybody have a 3-man at this point? Yes, they do. We've got a big problem being caused up in the north by CDE. We're starting to round the corner and realize that there are only 2 people in between them and winning the game. Sliding in with the PK in hand. It's going to be a game win for CDE. And that off of a game where they could have picked any engagement they wanted. They ended up really just getting the last one.
That's what happens when you got your full squad alive for that final circle. Again, Redeem, TPM, they were left as both solos at the very end. But again, I'm also really surprised to see that TPM had lost 2 in that last fight that they engaged on, because they had the advantage, but those massive shots were just too strong.
That's what I was saying. Consistently butt kicking. As Redeem are just such a stable roster. All of them have that ability to clutch, especially with knockdown shields, and you can tell their communication was on point. Defensive bombardment was difficult for them, but CDE, picking up their 2nd win in a row, might now be far and away our favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about consistency. We talked about Inner Nerd Gaming when they came in 2nd, they came in 1st. Now CDE have closed out 2 games where they came out on top.
And I want to correct myself, not in a row. 2nd win today. That's what I'm going to leave us with. So we do have a squad that could be pulling far and away. However, those questions and more will be answered as we return with your 5th game in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. Game 5 on the horizon, and back here at home on World's Edge. Teams are very clearly feeling comfortable. Wingman season especially, but CDE are replicating the success that they found just games ago on Storm Point, and they are looking good doing it.
Yeah, it's all about that consistency. We talked about some of these teams feeling comfortable on Storm Point, some other teams looking like they're playing a lot more aggressive on World's Edge. They're feeling right at home. But with game number 4 in the books and CDE winning another game, we can safely assume here after we look at the overall leaderboards that they're sitting pretty comfy in that first place spot. But can we talk about how CCE consistently wins their 50-50s off rip?
It is really crazy that they're able to do that. And honestly, this game was full of very, very fast fights. Even up to here, it was really the end game where things started getting iffy, but we're just seeing slaughter after slaughter, it appears, because things were so one-directional for the majority of this game. The team that got the first push, that got the first crack, more so than not, ended up winning the fight within 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, it was really high pace here, especially here too with the circle closing in all the way towards no dome. You know right here that there was so much damage being put down by the ring alone that all the teams that were forced to funnel away from Lava City, funnel towards dome, were put into the line of sight of a lot of these other lethal teams. That's why Redeem actually was on the other side of that dome trying to play off of the high ground. They had such a good position here too, but CDE was the only full man squad that was left alive all the way at the end.
Yeah, it was interesting because Redeem could have tried to hold alongside CDE and fight for it, but instead Ash portaled into third party. And while it ultimately did look like a good decision, while they did get a lot of kills, it did relegate them to a significantly lower placement. We'll have to see when the overall comes up how worth it that ended up being for them, because CDE only collected a few kills towards the end, or at least I thought. Let's see how many it was. 8 kills in total, so not all at the end, eh?
Oh, yeah, no, actually, just rotating and collecting those kills as they rotate. And I like this look, too, because we were talking about it a little bit during the break that CDE, in the game that they did win, had secured, I believe it was 12 kills, actually. It was Chatham is Prime that had gotten 13, but CDE had gotten 12 kills in the game that they won. So securing 8 kills and the dub is always a good look here for this team.
Yeah, really nice. 20 points will go a long way, with Redeem actually only coming in 5th place at the end of all of that. Actually a more difficult game for them than anything else, with a overall what looks like 5th place, or no, rather 6th place. I'm losing my mind, Vicky. I'm losing it. 5th place overall.
Yeah, it's just so far with a lot of these teams coming into the Challenger Circuit, Dia, we're seeing a lot of new faces, seeing a lot of these teams make these waves, but also some familiar names at the same time, maybe not performing as consistently as we were just kind of expecting going into this first weekend of the Challenger Circuit. But Interner Gaming, right before that game, were in first place. That was the only team that had been able to consistently get second and then take the dub. But now, on the other side of things, CDE taking that victory, they're going to be able to elevate themselves into that first place spot. See CCE here, the team that we were talking about before, who won that early 50-50, unfortunately falling in 13th place with only 3 kills there. So again, a lot of shift from the top end of the leaderboards and the overall scores, now kind of on the bottom end of the map 4 standings.
It's unfortunate too, because looking even further down, Asteria have had such a swingy day, and it's the danger of 50-50s that we always feel like we talk about, especially approaching games 5 and 6, where it's your last chance to collect points. This is starting the beginning of the end for a lot of these teams, and though it is only the very first Challenger Circuit, we've got teams like CDE that are making an impression after showing up late to last Challenger Circuit, only getting the 4th one in, not quite doing it, but now starting to come out on top. Asteria, a seasoned team, I'm expecting more from.
Now we get to go into my favorite game out of the 6 here, and it's game number 5. And why do I like game 5 so much, you may wonder? Well, game number 5 kind of puts an expectation for a lot of these teams. They know where they're at score-wise. They know what they need to get done in these next 2 remaining games. But game 5 also could make or break a lot of the teams that have already secured a good enough scores for themselves. Whether they want to get more aggressive, secure that early KP that could actually allure a lot of these third parties towards them. We're going to have to see how these teams play things out, because I feel like on World's Edge, we did see more teams get much more aggressive.
We really did, and one of the teams that I want to see get aggressive that we didn't get the chance to have unleashed onto the map is Black Hand, who started off inside of Lava City and didn't get the chance to move, because as soon as they landed, they went, the ring is coming to us. But so often, these guys will move up north, challenge Eclectic at Big Mod, and continue that ball rolling of early action that we already got so much of. They are a team that, when they do get rolling, can take a lot of kills, a lot like Wingman Season. With inconsistent performances, they need to have at least one pop-off game today to make their mark in the first Challenger Circuit.
Yeah, especially looking at the circle that we just had on World's Edge there. You saw that southern circle pull all the way on the outskirts of Dome. You saw a lot of teams already situate themselves inside of the buildings by Dome too, so that way they could get ahead of the curve when it comes to those early rotates. But then pulling away from the outskirts of the shell of Dome made a lot of teams get put into the line of sight of these other lethal teams that were expecting them to get kind of make those rotations. So now as we get started, game number 5, now we're going to see where the circle is going to be taking us this time after CDE were able to take control over that game 4, win the first game on World's Edge.
Oh, we got another 50-50 at Climatizer too. This is going to be a good one as RAR XDT he once again going up against CCE, who this time find themselves shieldless, but do manage to at least get the knock and now start to heal up. Ivan, without a care in the world, slides right into the Dome, but does end up going down for it. As B-Huckers takes that knock, and CCE continue just sliding in, trying to get this knock onto the Gibby, but can't quite do it. He's just too tanky, and they're starting to lose members left and right.
Oh, we just not expecting a quick push there, though, from Dan at the same time. We were talking about before, CCE, they woke up, they chose violence, but this is the 50-50 that you're always risking in this situation. It's RAR XDTE for their revenge. I can't believe I said that literally, but they were able to escort CCE back to the lobby.
I cannot believe that they were able to clutch that out after what looked like a doomed play. Committing into the Gibby Dome was the end of the line for CCE, and not even in the way that we had expected, but leaving that Valkyrie untouched during the remainder of that fight. Dan Mantic got to pop off single-handedly, almost save the team, and now Climatizer and so much more is theirs.
And we look at where this circle is taking us. Yeah, it's not that southern circle that we were talking about before. We saw it around Dome. Now we are moving all the way up towards Skyhook. And what I like about these circles is that beacon building that I was talking about earlier on when we were getting settled onto World's Edge. Expect a lot of teams to contest to that beacon building that's north of Frag West. Lost to situate themselves there too, because a lot of teams want control not only over the intel that the beacon provides, but also over the space, because that building alone gives you so many options when it comes to rotating. Whether you want to rotate from the eastern side of Skyhook, go off to the southern side of Skyhook, go through the tunnel, or even go through the train track. So that's gonna get heated up real quickly as CDE, the team that just won game number 4, make their own rotations away from Tree.
Walking up, interestingly enough, they don't have that Valkyrie ult off cooldown just yet, but the rotation will be a lot more difficult since they're coming from the south into the north, as opposed to south to right next door. Wingman Season, on the other hand, won't have the opportunity to play edge like they did in the very first game. Instead, having to play up towards Skyhook and hope that teams come to them in a way they can take advantage of. They could try and play the train tunnel if they would like. With Alter Ego coming in and taking real estate, things can get difficult if they get caught unawares.
Look how many teams have already settled into Skyhook. And we talked about the bunker compositions probably being more likely into World's Edge, but we saw one Cossack, and that was on RAR XDT he, that they had to res their teammate, and an Alter Ego still rocking the Loba. They're settled into this building. They don't have those defensive characters other than that Gibby and that Dome that they could utilize for that extra space, but they have the black market that they could utilize so that way they don't have to overextend in collecting a lot of this loot. Now Redeem, they're making their way to the party. They're putting down some pings onto a building that they feel safe in, but again, we also saw other teams already move away from this building, already take control over some of these buildings by Skyhook.
Yeah, Redeem take the safe choice because it isn't prime real estate. This isn't the place where most teams will expect the ring to go, and I actually find myself questioning whether Redeem have that data or not, because though they do have Valkyrie that can scan rings, it doesn't look, when taking a peek at their minimap, like they actually found that next zone. So they will be playing on the same level of information as a lot of other squads that are flying in here, quite literally blind. Stick Drift OP taking another building that also not exactly prime real estate, doesn't end up being in the end zone, and moreover, can be pushed rather easily, are going to be in a difficult spot.
What I love to see here is a difference in compositions from the Pro League into the Challenger Circuit. Seeing so much more Wraith being played out in the Challenger Circuit versus what we had seen more so with the Caustic on World's Edge is great. And it's a nice, refreshing experience as a lot of these this peppering coming down from Lux. You saw that player just get out of there, get right back into the tunnel. The safety of the team as Eclectic move in for the kill. Jellied also getting that knock. Super lethal as Shadow Point are forced to play this as a duo now.
Oh no, that's rough too, especially because Lapsy for Shadow Point provides a lot of extra scouting to this team. Normally, you'd see somebody like the Valkyrie sometimes playing scouting, but Dylon is a sub today, and while they are friends, while they do work together really well, this Wraith is really the key to success in being able to scout out rotations appropriately. We'll see what Corkblunt and Dylon can do with this. They should be able to get in ring, but fighting anything will be really difficult at this point.
Yeah, and you see so many of these teams also redeploying to get into a better situation. You can see two teams already taking up frag as Abstinence were the team to redeploy into this building. They have the option for that zipline right on top of this building to go towards that survey beacon building, but there's another team redeploying right above them, and they note that that team is going to have circle control ahead of time. Ooh. As Abstinence are actually finding some of these hits land.
Okay, Demi, you take enough shots. One of them's going to land, but it is definitely intimidating to TPM, who choose to land on the other side of the mountain, saying if they're hitting us in midair, maybe we don't want to get any closer to them, especially because ranged fights will be nice for them, given they have a charged rifle. Shadow Point, playing things a little bit more safely, are going to be taking the albeit noisy path in towards this ring, making use of not just the Valkyrie ult, but also the Geyser. They spot out that somebody's behind them and say, I don't want to deal with it. I want to keep running.
Yep, they heard the chaos. Instead they were like, all right, well, we're down Lapsy here. We are forced to play this as a duo. Let's wrap around the tunnel. Unfortunately, they weren't able to collect that banner, but now Black Hand have made their way into Geyser themselves. They heard some of the noise go down, and they're getting shot at the same time. One of the few squads actually running the Bloodhound too, as we haven't really seen much of the Bloodhound since the Valkyrie passive has provided some of those scans, but doesn't provide the scans from inside those buildings like you would want them.
If you get into late game as well, Bloodhound is just ridiculous, providing so much data on every single squad that you could possibly fight with. And speaking of fighting, CDE accidentally end up starting a fight, and it is not one that they end up winning. Wingman Season pick up a very quick knock, followed by a kill. And now, we've got some action going on, and every team is thrown into chaos.
It's silent but deadly. It's all about sending a message. They're trying to go for the res, but Wingman Season can't let this happen. They're hearing the noise cue go out, but they can't even go inside the building because they're getting beamed by another team in another building.
That's tough. That is really, really annoying. You want to find the final thirst, but now even the roof may just be contested. We got the notification that this is not as simple as they would like it to be. And with Redeem finding themselves a res, seeing the fight go on above them, they've got a little bit of time to grab some extra loot and see if they maybe want a third party.
Redeem now is like, all right, we want in on the action. Money Miners, one of the few squads actually running the Ash into World's Edge right now, just trying to find this fight. But Reeds has every angle on top of him. Both players actually trying to focus fire him. Money Miners going to play this rock safely here as the high ground advantage goes over to the opposition.
These fights are going so fast, and Money Miners are finding themselves with less and less space, corralled into a corner by a flank. This turns around onto Champ Shane, who instantly has to retreat, leaving the rest of Asteria in a 2 versus 3. Arcstar on the outside keeps Drago from being able to push, and they may just have to retreat fully and split up even, as Champ Shane healing up on the low ground. Not going to be knocked, but still in a more and more difficult position. Asteria starting to get circle kept with not a clear way out.
Ooh, and RAR XDT is also popping off themselves. Money Miners, though, winning this trade this time around after we had just seen what was going down in the feed. And Reed's in some trouble popping that shield bat. Does manage to survive with 1 HP. But they've won this trade. They got the knock already. They have to clean up this player as now the dome is forced out as Money Miners finally moving for the kill.
It's got to be the security dome, right? Surely they know that they've won this fight, but they seem unable to finish off the kills as finally Nut comes in onto Valkyrie, and now it's 1v3 versus a Wraith. I've seen them pull it off in solo queue, but this time around it isn't going to work out. Money Miners end up cleaning up the fight, and at long last, but fortunately way far away from anyone else. Look at the map. Nobody's here.
Man. Oh, look at this. Pulling all the way up north, too. This final circle is going to be insane. Holding that sniper building in the middle of Skyhook is going to be absolutely lethal. You're going to have all the teams in your line of sight. You're going to have the high ground advantage. That's going to be the god spot here. But as I was saying earlier before, I got to see RAR XDT take out Wingman Season. So Wingman Season in a bit of trouble as they fall down early in this game, number 5, which is the complete opposite of what you want to see when you find yourself on the lower end of the overall leaderboard.
This is going to be a difficult one, especially because, as you mentioned, Game 5 is where the pressure really comes on, and to fall now makes your life so much harder. Eclectic, though, falling from the sky, are going to be walking up on Exalted, who currently own this entire train tunnel. They've got a caustic as well, so if Patty can get back with the team, they might be able to just make this work. It is going to be the double E teams going up against each other, though. This fight is going to be brought to you by them.
Oh, look how quickly Xpup was like, oh, that's none of my business. I'm out of here like swimwear, and you could see Eclectic moving up, and what I'm extra scared of is Jelly and that R301 that he took from Big Mod. Very scary here, that gold R301. They have the jump tower here, wondering if they want to try to take this fight or if they just want to prioritize their position, but they know where that next circle is going to be, and they know that they don't really have too much ground to cover with that next circle pulling right next to them.
Surprised to see Exalt giving up the territory that quickly as well, prioritizing instead the actual tunnel section of the train tunnel as opposed to the jump tower off to the north. Money Miner is trying to fight what I can only assume to be Black Hand from earlier and using the Ash Portal to gain height right now in a very smart move. They do move a little bit further away from their opposition, but make sure that at the very least, height is going to be impossible to push.
I love this position. I love this decision from Money Miners, too. They're going to have the high ground advantage. They know that the bombardment had already been used. Yeah, they used up their dome, but look, with Mullis being on this Valk, look at this reposition that they can take from these different off angles, continue on this pressure, and with all this noise and the circle closing in right behind them, they know that they're forced to move up eventually as Black Hand is getting peppered by Mullis.
Yeah, Zone 2 going to start ticking away. Not the most deadly of them, but still really inconvenient. Money Miners can make their way into the sniper tower as Black Hand relegated out of Landslide. Now do still have Valkyrie ult available to them. Gold Helmet was swapped out for the moment. Remember, they got that Bloodhound, but they want to be taking these closer fights, not having to push up into height to make best use of it.
Yeah, at least with the redeploy, they can try to avoid a lot of that chaos, but they are going to have to welcome a team that's going to look for the opportunity to circle keep them. Meanwhile, look at Key and iLock's position on this high ground right here. That's going to be Eclectic, who made their way away from the tunnel, took that jump tower, and took this high ground. I love that decision here, because now they just made their makeshift high ground cover on top of a lot of these other teams.
We'll see if the ring ended up favoring them, but oh my lord, it looks like the rotation did not favor Black Hand, as they're going to be taken out likely by the Money Miners that just kept following them, that did not give up an inch of space, and that now are sliding in as 3 members to clean up the kills, rounding the corner in a 1 versus 3. Gibby's going to be unable to do this. Yatso ends up going down, Goat follows, and Money Miners find themselves 3 extra kills in a very nice, again, safe place.
Yep, exactly. And they're not going to let their victims run away. They were going to chase them down to close up that KP, and now they're going to be able to walk right into the circle uncontested. As you can see, the rest of this lobby is already situated inside the circle. And looking at where the circle is going to be pulling, I'm worried here because we already have 3 teams already situated inside some of these buildings, but the chaos on top of this train station north of Skyhook is where the action is going to kick off.
Eclectic do get the res off on top of the building. I believe reset should be good enough, but instead they're using the portal down to the low ground. They know this isn't the place for them anymore. Instead, holding the door, but already having lost Jelly, Eclectic really can't do anything right now, and it's up to the team just behind those doors to come out and take these kills. ZLB start off the fight, do end up losing 1, and in a shocking turn of events are now on the ropes. We'll see if Zora can clutch this up, but for the moment, it is going to be a slow play from them, having recognized that this is no longer the clean fight that it was.
How the trade was actually quite impressive here. Eclectic also taking their time, using this time as ZLB are forced to reset to not only get the banner, reset themselves, feel like they're safe as ZLB are going to be able to pop that feed. Eclectic also taking their time, using this time as ZLB are forced to reset to not only get the banner, reset themselves, feel like they're safe as ZLB are going to be able to pop that Phoenix here, but at least they got all 3 members up and alive for this team.
Thank God. Thank the Lord that the 2 versus 3 didn't doom them, because that would be the end of a squad. That would be the beginning of some tilt, as it is, being able to recover. We got to take a look at the rest of the map, because things continue to go the way of the Money Miners, especially with Maulus already having red shields and finding insane beams with the R301. They're going to push this, and they're going to push it soon.
And this is such a momentum-heavy team. Money Miners have displayed that in the qualifiers to get to the finals for this Challenger Circuit alone here, and they're continuing on their dominance. They know where that next circle is going to be, and that's super important because we saw a lot of the teams actually rotate away from these buildings, but they're getting pinged. They're still getting pressured out, but they have the natural cover of these buildings that they make their rotation in, and with the knowledge of where that circle is going to be pulling north of Skyhook.
Look at the smallest little corner of this building, still inside the ring, and Money Miners, they are safe inside it. They've already got the kills. They've already got the points. They just need the placements right now in order to make themselves safe. They've even spotted out that the building ahead of them seems, for some remarkable reason, to be completely unoccupied and get themselves a nice bit of real estate inside of this next ring, if not the one following.
I'm wondering here with this building just free here, looking like the next building over is also free for them. They do find a team over the building after that, but this is just free real estate for Money Miners to traverse through, and they could also have this as natural cover to make their own rotation since they know where that circle is going to be pulling. It's available for everybody to see, even if they weren't able to get that banner, since they could see where they're currently in and redeem. They've been in the same spot for quite some time. Look at the graveyard in front of them, and they don't have to go anywhere anytime soon.
I think it bears mentioning, or re-mentioning rather, that Redeem ended up landing in the middle of Skyhook, or rather at the very top of Skyhook, with no information. They didn't have next zone, they didn't have anything. They just went, you know what, first zone's there, we're probably going further up north. They've now survived not 1, not 2, but 3 different zones where it is pulled to them. And honestly, it looks like it's going to continue. They may actually be where the zone will end up, even if Internerd Gaming aren't quite yet.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before. You know, this Skyhook Northern Circle pull all the way towards that eastern building that's still inside the circle. Internerd Gaming, though, aren't anywhere close to that as they're forced to play right outside the fence, playing for right by the sniper tower, but they're in the line of sight of that team that has the high ground that I was mentioning before. Oh, so scary. At least the dome comes in clutch, but it's forced to be used out in a very tricky situation where you may have wanted to conserve that dome for their rotation.
Yeah, this is a difficult spot because, especially, they really don't have the ability to get inside the zone, except for by going up into the air, where Adam and Shadamus Prime are already waiting for them. Having lost 1 now, Adam gonna continue farming up. Hopefully, I think they've got the angles right now, and there we go. Charge Rifle gonna reveal that yes, indeed we do. Rampage still insane, if running a little bit low in the ammunition department.
What do you bring to the fight, the Charge Rifle or the Rampage in this situation? The answer for the bombardment with the dome, another dome being called in, but this time around, the bombardment has the advantage for Adam as the dome was used up rather early in this interaction.
Reset did come through, and for at least a brief second, you're going to be able to heal up. On the other side of the ring, Redeem are paving their way to victory, getting as much loot as they can in here. Making sure they've got ordinances, shields, whatever they could possibly use at this point. Even Oxyaries piloting the gold right now is going to be able to take the majority of these trades and have it go in their favor. Another laser beam attached to the wingman appears to have showed itself as Z Davis starts to demonstrate exactly why we put so much respect on this name. Redeem, as of yet, are unchallenged and look like they will continue to be so. This next zone, at the very least, isn't pulling towards them. They're going to have to think about their movement up north.
Oh man, and the re-knock, except from another team onto X-Cowboy, not having a good time getting bullied from 2 different angles. Joey Blackout also with the follow-up from those wingman shots that Z Davis was laying down. TPM playing underneath the chaos, sharing this sniper tower alone with 3 different squads. Make it 4 if you count the squad on the other side on the low ground. And it's just so chaotic because they know that the circle is going to be pulling outside of that sniper tower, which means all those 3 squads are going to be going into the line of sight of Stick Drift OP, of Z Davis's squad out there who have been securing that building for quite some time too.
With only 2 members right now, though, Stick Drift OP are going to have to make great use of the Wraith Portal and likely the redeploy to stay alive into this next ring. 13 squads left, and we've still got plenty of time until you actually start accruing a lot of placement points. Teams like Abstinence, though, just have to hold on for a little bit longer, and if you're a Caustic inside this building, you are feeling so much happier, where Abstinence are definitely not.
It's Christmas. It's not the Christmas event, but it is definitely close to it. It may as well be because you're inside of the train station. And look at Abstinence still putting on that pressure, but that Nox grenade is going to make your eyes water. But look at the beam. It's Wizard Coin. Never seems to disappoint us.
Of course it's Wizard Coin, managing to pull off a play like that. Nade coming in, but not quite going to stay inside. Does mean Rez is going to come out. Demi Chase gets back into the fight, and with the gold backpack as well, things continue to be pretty easy going for Abstinence. The problem really being this zone that's starting to not even tick away as Wizard Coin as he just sits inside of it for a moment.
Always a little tricky there. Got to do the shimmy shade right by the ring here. And Abstinence are going to try to delete these Caustic barrels, but you don't want to put yourself in the line of sight when you're forced to go up those stairs. So difficult when you're forced to also leave the building. But Redeem now making their moves to finally get into position here. Keep rushing out this team, but you don't want to be out into the open as Davis is the cover of both Oxy and Joey.
Money Miners are out, by the way, trying to push up from this south. Did not go in their favor, and now Redeem, trying to do almost exactly the same thing, are fighting just along this little fence line and are just playing this game of climb up, shoot your shotgun, and climb right back down. Joey starts it off this time around, and with this round going in their favor, it looks like it's going to be the full send. Redeem make excellent use of the enemy bubble and end up finding themselves 3 kills, the ability to reset, and all without expending their own defensive cooldown.
4 teams got eliminated in the 10 seconds that ring was closing in. That was absolutely insane. Now, TPM on the other side of this fence, do you see that team in their line of sight trying to find an opportunity to move in, but a Wraith actually just trying to get away from the trouble that they found themselves in before. Can't get away from TPM's line of sight. Love the way that TPM is playing this very passively here, just waiting for all the teams to just trickle into their own line of sight up ahead.
Got the final round starting to close, though, and that means that teams like Abstinence inside this building have got to come out. And Inner Nerd, we're waiting for this now. Can they make the best use of it? Double bubble defensive advantage does end up going to Abstinence, but it isn't enough, and Inner Nerd end up taking out CIMJ, where in fact the team pushing in. Now, making their own way in towards this circle, not at full health, as a very risky slide came out from their Gibraltar. Fortunately, not getting single tapped by a bullet. Thinking about going on to the height, or at least trying to contest the squad that currently holds it. Redeem, by engaging in a fight with TPM, do initially lose not 1, not 2, but all 3 members. Well, Exalved, sitting with this Caustic, have the most value of all on the high ground and able to make the terrain unplayable for the players below.
Remember that bunkering down technique works wonders here on World's Edge, especially when you have that final circle positioning. Internet Gaming, though, in some trouble, in a very rough spot here as they're forced to push in here. It's TPM on the other side. Redeem, Internet Gaming all up here, but you got the charge rifle, you got the brakes on some of these shields, you have the wingman getting put down, knocking X-Patty all in the process. Internet Gaming now move in and they take care of Stick Drip OP.
That was basically blind as well, but now TPM are full committing. Can they take out Internet Gaming? They lose 1, they lose 2, they lose all 3, and TPM do end up winning that fight, taking the game with them as well, and starting off Game 5 just right in the nick of time. These guys are starting to pull points back.
They were in such a good position where they weren't in between 2 squads at once. They were in a spot where they had the fence covering their line of sight from the team holding onto the high ground on top of the train station. So they were able to isolate at least one angle from getting pinched. What a good spot for TPM to be in to take that dub.
You see very few teams able to play the fence line with that level of coordination as well. It's unparalleled, and it speaks to the level of experience on TPM, who have been playing together as a roster since like 2020. It's coming up on 2 years. That's longer than my current relationship, actually. TPM. They've weathered some storms.
Oh, yeah, and they're making history out here, too. Again, that's all that synergy that they've been able to build up for themselves. But also, I love the storyline of seeing 3 players just grow together as a team, and TPM is doing it, taking game number 5. Dia, we got 1 game left here for this first Challenger Circuit final.
This split is looking up, and with that, I think we're going to take a break to just build a little bit of tension before that 6th game. Welcome back to the desk. 5 games down now, and I've been counting it down since the very start of the day. We have hit that last game where everything is on the table, where it is time to fight or to die, and sometimes, Vicky, sometimes both.
Yeah, I mean, so far, looking at the first 3 maps, we had Storm Point moving on to World's Edge. I feel like it's been very back and forth. We still have a lot of these early 50-50s going on, which is quite surprising because usually by Game 5 deal, we were highlighting it before, but a lot of our teams already know how many points that they need to secure for themselves to feel comfortable here in the Challenger Circuit. This is the finals for the first week of the Challenger Circuit, so a lot of these teams are also feeling out the competition on how they want to play the pacing for a lot of these finals.
Yeah, it seems like Eclectic, for the most part, who were trying to play that high ground, actually ended up doing pretty darn well. And we're seeing that a lot of teams that have pre-built synergy in them or a lot of experience, like Redeem, are definitely coming out on top. CDE as well from last Challenger Circuit. And of course, TPM, who, as we talked about, have been playing together for longer than some people have been alive.
Yeah, and what's great looking at TPM coming out on top is that this team has been pretty consistent on getting to the top 3, top 4 parts of the game. We saw it in Game 3, we saw it in Game 4, and now they are finally able to take a win. So before this game, I believe they were sitting at 6th place with the overall leaderboard. So now with this win, they could easily be contesting CDE for that first place spot.
Yeah, this is starting to get down to the wire, especially with TPM putting up a 26-point game, changing everything here. Exalt coming up right behind them. They've been pretty consistent today as well. Yes, it hasn't always been in top 10, but it's been pretty close. Redeem right behind them. I'm starting to think that some of these teams that aren't placing first, but that are placing 2nd through 5th more often than not, may just have a shot at winning as well.
I mean, yeah, with Redeem getting 11 kills, it's kind of like the same situation that we saw in that other game. I believe it was game number 3, where we had Abstinence with 10 kills, even though they didn't win. It's just so many of these kills are being swept up in the lobby. I mean, leave some for the rest of us, but with TPM getting that dub and 14 kills, now with no doubt, I'm pretty confident that they are definitely going to be sitting in that first place spot, because over in the overall leaderboards, a lot of these teams are very close in score.
Yeah, it is a massive push forward for them. CDE and CCE, though, having rough games, and I think this contributes even more to the problem, especially with CDE being the team that was previously in the lead. Having a 0-point game changes everything, and that's something that a lot of teams have been lucky enough to avoid, but that does bite really hard when it hits. Even Wingman season, getting a single-point game, that's tough.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to point out, because we were highlighting how it was already game number 5. You want to be able to at least bump yourself up in the overall leaderboards, because before that game, I believe they were at overall 27 points in 8th place, so they needed to have that one pop-off game, because the difference between 8th place, where they were in before this game, and 1st place is about 25 points or so. So having that one really good pop-off game that we just saw TPM have right now would have been a really good look for Wingman season.
Yeah, and I was looking forward to Black Hand as well, who also ended up getting a single point in that game, starting to dial up their gameplay as they had to move further north. As we mentioned, landing inside of Lava City, they've got the opportunity to pick up a lot of kills moving up towards the top, but they ended up getting caught by Money Miners, who were crushing that game, to be absolutely fair. I don't know what changed for them, but a switch was turned, and at least until the end game circles, at least till Zone 4 or 5, they were doing some disgusting things.
I'm convinced they have a built-in rage comeback factor where when it comes to those final games, they just suddenly just juice up and go absolutely crazy. I saw them in the qualifiers to get here into this tournament for the finals. They had like an 18-kill game. So are we going to see that again from Money Miners? It's very possible as we move on to our final game of the day.
It really is. This is going to be the be-all and end-all, however, because as I like to say, even if you don't win the day, if you win the last game, you still go home feeling pretty darn good because you ended up getting that final dub. Everybody wants that little bit of extra glory that comes with it to cap off what will be Challenger Circuit for the next week or so. As we wait for the second one, you can leave yourself with that winning taste in your mouth and hopefully use that to motivate a whole lot more practice that these teams are going to be getting on Storm Point and off for for the next couple weeks.
And now, Dia, looking back at what we've seen on both Stormpoint and World's Edge, and right before we dive into this last game here, I like to see the shift of compositions that we've seen from a lot of these teams, moving away from Stormpoint, moving into World's Edge. Not as much bunkering down that I was expecting onto World's Edge, especially after looking at the Pro League in the last 2 days, where we did see a lot more teams opt for the caustic, opt to play more inside of these buildings to prevent more of these pushes with those barrels. It's interesting to see how we're seeing more of the Wraith here in the Challenger Circuit, Ashe or the Valkyrie, in conjunction with the Gibby. So I actually really like to see how this has shifted away from what we were used to seeing in the weekend with the ALGS Pro League.
Yeah, all these teams are finding their styles, and very much so. Even having a lot of consistency between maps is an interesting development for these teams, because a lot of it is going to be more about keeping as many variables the same as possible, and that includes legends sometimes, as you trying to figure out exactly how you want to calm, exactly who's going to be making what calls and when. As we do get the chance to drop in to our 6th game, though, we get to see the final development, the anime arc for some of these teams, as they can finally put their names at the top of the board and close out the week with a win.
And now I can't stop thinking about an Apex anime. That would be absolutely
so good.
Sick. Okay. I mean, basically with those comics, we can just imagine how awesome that would be. But you know what? Starting off in our last game, let's see which of these teams have the anime plot armor, as Eclectic are going to be able to get into the skirmish early on. Again, these early 50-50s have not stopped even in the last game.
Is this Black Hand, is my question, or is this somebody else? Because this is a rise to the top for one of these squads, but I'm just not quite sure which yet. Eclectic have the heals off drop to be able to get through this with a revved up Rampage. You want to be taking your fight rather soon before you lose both a nade and any chance at damage with it.
Oh man, is anybody cutting onions in here? Because I am crying just at the thought of this revved up Rampage, early game, early drop with full white evos, of the damage and pressure that that's going to do to this team down below. And it is Black Hand here, and they're rocking the bang on World's Edge nonetheless, so that's quite a shock, since we usually have been seeing the bang on Stormpoint.
Huh, yeah, very surprising. I wonder what inspires this, and whether it is a little bit more of that skirmish heavy comp. The things that I was worried about, though, is the fact that Eclectic, having given up that loot, are now at more and more of a disadvantage should that fight come to pass. Blackhand now sort of pushing them out, and maybe even going on the run here. I think Eclectic may be hunted now in a way that perhaps they don't expect, as they desperately try and pick up cursory loot with a bloodthirsty team on their backs.
Yeah, so they actually called it out. They were able to just reposition, and knowing which fights that you should take is all part of the skill here for Eclectic. They want to choose their fights smart here, especially with the last game that they had. Before that last game too, or rather after that last game, I believe Eclectic may be in 7th place overall, so they want to be able to withstand Blackhand, who have also just been very aggressive in this early game.
They are so ridiculous. This is illegal amounts of push that are happening right now. Yasto has been trying to climb the side of the building for I don't know how long, and it absolutely reeks of bloodthirst that they have. Eclectic pop down with a nice few shots from Key. Start firing back, but do reveal we're operating on white shields, and with very little econ right now, Eclectic are likely going to lose the fight, even if Blackhand just force it.
And that's why Blackhand's getting very aggressive. I mean, you look at Blackhand, they're right now sitting in 19th place, and they're challenging a team like Eclectic, who is sitting in 7th place, but they may know that they have those white Evo shields, and they have the Evo shield advantage, but they can't take that zipline, or else they're going to be sitting ducks just for Eclectic to shoot at, like right now with Key finding that crack, but Key also in some trouble, now having to reposition.
Yeah, this shield disparity is just murdering them. But speaking of murdering, it looks like Rarx DTE may be on the receiving end of some of that, popping in and out with the Rampage. I like the weave, but isn't enough for Chaz, who didn't get the heals. It is not, and CCE end up picking up the kills, just barely, by the way, in a 1v1 at the end.
Yeah, good luck with that Gibby being the last one alive. Yeah, sure, you got 2 knocks, but it's tough here. The bang ult being called in. The Rolling Thunder as they're bringing the Thunder. Eclectic putting down the dome, though, playing around the shield. But remember, they had the Evo shield disadvantage.
Now looking, oh lord, not like it's going to be quite enough. I like the bubble play. They stayed alive for a long time, but in a place like Lava City, No one is around to hear you scream, and that fight could have taken as long as even second zone, and nobody would have showed up.
Very true, and even if they wanted to reposition there, they would have still been in their line of sight trying to go into the other building. So tough spot right there for Eclectic, but a good progression from Black Hand. Again, they were in 19th place, so they need to rack up some of this KP. Money Miners are having no issue, though, at the start, eliminating TPM. This is a team that, again, I have to highlight, has that in-game rage factor. They just absolutely love popping off in the late game. And later, on game number 6, this is just their game, and we have another southern circle here, Dia. So if that beacon is situated in that southern building of Tree, expect that to get congested very early.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight for information more than anything. Even in Thermal, you've got the option to try and capitalize on some of that. Harvester may be a place where a lot of teams choose to hold, at least until first ring starts closing, as it is right now. But Asteria already finding themselves inside of Thermal, have a building, but also some next-door neighbors that have rather aggressively taken to the skies.
We were highlighting the sniper tower over by Skyhook before. Now it's going to be able to get to the sniper tower over by Thermal Station. Expect a lot of teams to make those early rotates, but the stick on the arc star right there, I'm not too sure if that's what I saw earlier on, but Wingman Season are continuing on their pressure. It doesn't look like that's what it was. They were able to tickle some of that damage away from that arc star, at least from that that space that they were able to build up, but they do have the portal from Zendam in case they want to try to go for a reposition and go for a flank.
Defensive bombardment from Exalved buys them a little bit of space, but Wingman Season have not given up, not by a long shot. Noko back on that R301 is terrifying to many A squad that would try and challenge them, and even now we'll have the opportunity to back off, play this one a little bit safer, as the other half of the coin for Game 6 is that you don't want to be taking risks because this is your last game. Abstinence, however, having lost a member here, may have no choice but to full send on a fight. The question is just which one. Alter Ego starting to sandwich them, and somehow, some way, everybody's still alive. It looks like the res went off. Chadamus Prime may be able to help you out.
Alter Ego with this Loba having the Evil Shield advantage. 2 gold, 1 purple. Chatham is Prime. They don't look as great as them, but they're looking fantastic with this KP. But the portal is actually going to port that knocked player away back towards safety. Chatham is Prime now trying to find a good angle, but look at this situation. Abstinence, it's only up to Demi with just a white Evo. There's nowhere for you to run, unfortunately, as Chatham is Prime manages to sweep up Abstinence.
Just choked out of the game as well from 2 different squads. There was a no-win scenario, and it was nice to see Abstinence try, but they end up going out in 16th. Inner Nerd maybe trying to push out our 15th squad as the pace of this game just keeps accelerating. Weta rounding the corner right now, not going to be hit. Instead, turning around with a nice headshot on the Wingman. Has probably just won the fight for Inner Nerd Gaming with that amount of damage alone. This is excellent play from a squad that I know for their high ground control, but now I'm starting to recognize for their incredible skirmishing.
I'm cursed Asteria so hard. Asteria going down early is not a good look. They're still in that last place spot in the overall leaderboards. Wingman Season now have something to prove, but they're getting deleted here. They're playing around the dome, but Noko can't clutch it out. It's only up to Zendam, and he's playing from outside the ring.
Going to be going pretty low in the health department as well. Wingman not going to be enough. It's a 1v3, it looks like, but 90 damage ends up finding a knock. It might be the 1v3. If he can pull this off, Zednim is an absolute god, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. Ivan barely going to get the med kit off, but this is costing both sides.
Right, it's only ring 1 as well, so this is definitely worth it. They got that one knock here as he's trying to find an angle, but with this dome, he can't continuously push. So Flux is going to be out of the fight for a little bit, but with that shield swap, he can get right back into it. They're going to have to heal up their health naturally, but Wingman Season still with Zendam up alive, just trying to cover these angles. This is going to be so difficult for Zendam to actually counter.
Might be able to do it. I am actually sold. If these Wingman shots keep connecting like this, Zednim may just pull off the impossible. Playing silently on this Wraith is going to be the key, though, and it looks like Wingman Season end up saying, no, don't do it. They tried their hardest, It's going to be the retreat, and Wingman season will get to live another day. Nice portal, though, for the bait. Doesn't quite end up working out, though. 3-man push from CCE is a little bit too much, but it looked cool. I liked the idea.
Yeah, so I definitely was a Zendem believer right there, too. I thought with that reposition that maybe CCE was want to respect that. I mean, they were taking their time to reset there before pushing, but they do manage to clutch that out, take them out of the lobby. Currently, Money Miners, though, haven't been taken out of the lobby. They've been taking other heads out of this lobby, and they're still going with these Wingman shots with that gold extended heavy mag.
You find 90 damage, it's basically a crack. You can basically just run it, and if you make that another 90, if you make it even more, you've just started to solo win your team a fight. We do have an extra push from the Gibby, though. It does lose Money Miners at least the initial one, but Reeds continues to pop off, surviving and diving in between domes, as Money Miners, the key to their success, really lying in this ash, get to take yet another 3 kills.
Reeds, do you miss? I mean, that was insane. Just the follow-ups, too. You could see just the synergy between Molsa's team just really shining through. Now they have control over this building. A bombardment getting called in. Wondering if that is for Reeds' team, as they wanted to reset without another team trying to push in. As Exalted, they had the glimmer in their eye, but they just decided to call it off. They're going to actually situate themselves in a spot where we usually see RCO hang out on in the Pro League, and they're going to be able to hang on to that spot right outside of that wall with the Caustic.
It is one that they will likely be able to secure some kills from. Money Miners, in the meantime, get their chance to evaluate, pick their best loadouts, and then approach the next fight. I'd be surprised if they gave up the Wingman. Exalted, who were thinking about taking the fight with Money Miners on the low ground, having reconsidered themselves, are now opting for a little bit of height, and don't spot anybody else on the Valk scan for right now. Outside of that high ground, you can basically go anywhere, and I suppose that includes the tunnel right underneath them.
And it's about making a statement, too. Just saying hello to the competition that's hanging out to the high ground. They know that they're not going to drop down. This is a good spot for Stickdrift OP to hang around. And I was calling it right before when we were in the dropship to see if maybe there is a survey beacon in that southern building. It would be to the left of Stickdrift OP, and there is not. So that's going to be important because that's going to deny some of that intel from any of the squads rotating from the southern part of the zone.
Yeah, instead, that information is going to redeem right now. They've got control of the beacon inside thermal station. They will know where our next ring goes, and to give a seasoned team like that extra information is likely to doom yourself. But there's not anything that anyone can do about it right now. Double Loba ults in the southern end of the map, too, are making it very, very loot sparse as teams continue to collect from one another.
CCE now making their rotation here. Gonna be taking their time. A lot of these teams have already rotated over to Thermal Station. We were talking about that Sniper Tower just being such an important god spot for not only the rotation of the circle does pull more towards the west side of Thermal, but also just putting down a lot of the pressure from the rotating teams, whether it be from the north side or even the west side of Thermal.
You gotta make use of the Bangalore now, potentially in the open. Black Hand running through what would normally not be an easy rotate because a lot of teams would be looking at you. In this case, quite a lot simpler. Still maybe running into CCE. This is a matchup that we've definitely seen before. CCE are on their tails, and Black Hand going to be relegated down to this low ground without a whole lot of places to go. Do they take the zip? Oh my god. I thought they were thinking about it, and I was like, no, please don't die.
They're like, all right, what's the assurance here? Ah, yes, the Rolling Thunder, but guess what? This is Bang, not the Gibby. This is not the bombardment, so they're not phased here. They're just going to push in. They're going to be able to get aggressive. Yasuo, though, he's going to be able to find a break. 2 breaks down on that team. He's so low here, but look at this Digi threat. That's just allowing Yasuo to actually get so much information without trying to overextend, but they've lost Go. They're about to lose Shubi at the same time here as Black Hand trying to close out this fight.
Shubi's got to clutch it, but no, he can't. It's still a 1v2, and Flux ends up picking him up. You talked about the definition of 1 HP before. Well, we've got a little bit. It's been expanded as Plugged Cube went pretty darn low as well, but Money Miners are showing up and should be able to punish this. Defensive bombardment on top would force these two teams together. Money Miners are going to handshake that, choosing to drop down. Look for this squad, and maybe with the right placed ordnance, you could find yourself some kills. Even better if it's just Reeds once again finding some headies.
I'm a big fan of the Money Miners chaos. They always choose violence. They always want to get in on all the fights, and I love it. They are not stopping even in this game number 6. They're trying to clean up this lobby. They're trying to secure some KP here as Reeds takes the lead. You can imagine Reeds playing with so much confidence right now. You could see it just in the way that he's moving all the way up and the way that he's been landing so many of his wingman shots.
It is insane, and with essentially 5 games of warm-up to this, it has been well worth it just to see this guy pop off. Reed's relatively new addition to this squad as well. One of the biggest unknowns is proving to be one of their biggest strengths, and Money Miners may just be able to stake their entire season on it. We've yet to find out. CCE have managed to rotate out, however, and with high ground, may be able to Uno reverse card Money Miners. Valkyrie sort of putting an end to that, though.
Yep, with these redeploys, we've seen them late game, and we see the risk that they bring to you. And with this passive, at least you get the information to know where some of these squads are settling in. But we know that there's been squads already inside of those buildings.
Oh!
Look at all the teams. They just landed on top of an entire squad, and they're getting pinged from across the field.
ZLB are not happy about this at all. They've lost some shields, though, and I don't suspect that either team wants to stick around here too long. Repositioning a little bit easier if you are Money Miners, and it seems like they've left for now. Both squads going, you're right, I didn't want to fight this either. And at the very least, everybody gets to come out of this alive, as opposed to mutually dooming each other, which we so often see with Valkyrie ults.
I wonder how those comms sound. It's like, they're landing on us, and they're getting pinged on the other side, too, at the same time, so they don't want to expose themselves. ZLB just clutching onto those crates as Money Miners playing still with that confidence. They're getting pinged by the squad that's actually in that sniper tower. That's what I was mentioning before. Although it's not in the circle, it's the pressure that they could put down to some of these teams who are already close enough to the circle to make the rotations.
A squad like ZLB is really not benefiting from the immense amount of attention that has been drawn to them either, especially from the team that is sitting in that central position. But the fight isn't over for either of these squads, as rotations are going to be the name of the game, and you've got a huge lava river to cross for both of them. Only one of these teams has Valkyrie ult, the other one going to have to do this one by foot.
CDE holding onto the high ground right here, also having the advantage in terms of positioning over that team that they are trying to Valk-tack on top of there. The dome is forced out, wondering, oh, they're going to go for a redeploy. I like this decision right here, because they would have gotten circle kept either way, and they would have played from the low ground. So that would have allowed the team right there, it's going to be CDE to just keep pressuring them, but CCE plus Cube lost that shield, so they're opting to go for a very risky play right here.
Yeah, this is actually getting harder and harder, especially as they opt into an area with very little cover, only a few supply crates where CCE are landing, but playing underneath, it looks like they're going to be able to survive for now. Not quite enough angles on them just yet, even with a team like ZLB that could shoot at them. I don't think ZLB are trying to attract too much attention.
This is so scary. It's always those late game redeploys that I'm sitting on the edge of my seat for, because you don't know whether they're going to land on another team or just land in between all the squads at once in this open field. Money Miners, though, have been hugging this rock for so long, basically just living right next to ZLB, who have not moved from their position too ever since they redeployed here in the first place. But again, it's about sending a message, and that's exactly what Mullis is doing, although he gets a shield break on the right, and that's great intel for Money Miners.
I think we've got to use the Ash ult at this point, though. Rounds starting to close. We are not even at 90%, maybe barely at 90% for Mullis, and now that you finally got ZLB off of your back, taking something like the scaffolding may just be the move. Stick Drift OP, though, they are going to be waiting for you, and that is the danger that you are walking into. It's multiple squads in this area.
Oh, Flintstar's got that Rampage all revved up. Here's Johnny as he gets the knock onto X-Pop. Again, it's so scary to hear that Rampage revved up for reasons like that. Although you don't have any doors to really worry about here, you have to worry about the bombardment instead, and the dome's been called out.
Stick Drift OP, though, they've been jumped on from the top here, and this, even though they got a knock on the low ground, it may be too much for them. Turning it around, though, Sushi does a lot of work, takes down Escape, and puts CDE in a position where they could just go out. Carlon trying to hold on, but Pop comes around the corner and should put an end to it. Money Miners have smelled blood in the water, though, up here for the third party, but Reed gets taken out first, and without Reed, what are they going to do? Money Miners, they might go out, especially if Redeem are here to herald it. It is a third, it is a fourth, it is maybe even a fifth party coming in, as round 4 is chaos.
Exalted Money Miners, they're out. There's 6 squads left, and Redeem is cleaning up as CDE managed to get taken out too. But Carlin lived for quite some time that I was not expecting. You saw the breach come in right in front of Carlin. You saw the split fire from 3 different directions after that shield swap. That was absolutely terrifying, but CDE cannot hold on any longer.
They've managed to clear up most of the fighting in their area, because everybody who could have possibly been there had already started the fight. Instead, Inner Nerd Gaming going to be the ones that need to fight their way out of this situation, and it looks like they're going to have an easy time of doing so against the remaining members of ZLB. Inner Nerd now in the top 6, and with a building that's right next door to the ring. We've seen them with high ground before. It's looked good. Are they going to do it again?
Oh, it's very possible here. It'd be amazing if Inner Nerd Gaming do take this, because we were talking about the consistency from this team. It's very doable. I like this position that they're holding on to. They got the God spot, and they have open reign over the squads that are forced to traverse to that open ground.
This is looking good. However, with 2 different squads fighting on both sides, it's up to Inner Nerd which one they want to try in third party. That decision could doom them. CCE, however, looking pretty doomed themselves. Are just trying to heal up behind a knockdown shield. Still going to survive, at least Plugged Cube will, and maybe even be able to get the res, as Inner Nerd are helping them out in a way by applying pressure to the rest of the lobby. That flesh found by Weta, but no safety just yet. Alter Ego, engaged in their own combat, are going to get a nice thermite to buy themselves some space, and are inside the next ring, moreover.
This is so scary. CCE, Inner Nerd Gaming, Redeem, Alter Ego. All of these squads here as Alter Ego get to move in here. They get the crack mid and gets the first knock in the situation. I love the dance around the dome.
Now maybe being third party by Redeem, though. Alter Ego need to reset. Shield swaps need to come in. They're not quite there yet, even for Mitten, who's now starting to pay attention to Inner Nerd. We're down to our top 3 squads. Redeem, Alter Ego, and Inner Nerd. And it's, interestingly enough, no longer Inner Nerd that have that high ground, having had to give it up. Alter Ego have the best chance of taking this game, forcing 2 other squads together, especially if the zone's pulling right next to Inner Nerd, as their minimap suggests.
I'm getting TPM PTSD after that last game. Playing around the fence is going to be so important here for Alter Ego, and they have the black market here as Midden is on that Loba. Again, I love how these compositions have brought this different playstyle for our teams here, but the last 3 remaining squads, look at the onslaught of grenades just being pulled out onto Alter Ego.
Inner Nerd are getting so aggressive on this as well. Alter Ego, I think, recognizing that there is a member split, at least one, do poke over to see if they can find a kill, a quick knock, anything. But do not get anything for it. Instead, it's going to be a poke war. And whoever third parties in situations like this should come out on top.
Absolutely. It's just that everybody is jealous of where Alter Ego is. They know that they have such a good spot, but they're sandwiched in between both Redeem and an Inner Nerd Gaming. So both of these teams are just trying to tear them apart, as Alter Ego are going to get pushed on first by Inner Nerd Gaming. Hopefully Alter Ego, with this dome used up early, they could save up enough time for another dome to come up, because the final round is closing in right behind them.
There's a third Gibby ult that can come in, though, as both these domes start to expire. Alter Ego open themselves up to taking a lot of damage from Redeem. A portal, their only way out, in the portal, the only way to certain death. They're going to have to scale this wall soon, and Redeem are waiting for it, sitting here going, take the portal, because we are ready to kill you on the way out. With Alter Ego forced to give up their stronghold, they're going to be fed right into Inner Nerd, and Redeem start to round the corner to clean up to third party. Can they do it? Now going out into the zone. It is a fight in the dome, but it is going to be Redeem. As easy as that, they force 2 teams together off of a patient Gibby ult.
And we talked about how Alter Ego had the best spot, but with the ring closing in actuality, it was really Redeem with the natural cover of that rock right there. They knew that they didn't need to push anywhere, and the whole time, Inner Nerd Gaming had it out for Alter Ego. So all Redeem needed to do was wait on the timing to move in for that perfect third party.
That was some incredible stuff from them as well, especially with 2 different teams that were holding 2 different fence lines and had so much cover from Redeem, who were in a terrible spot, by the way.
Yeah,
I was like, I do not like those supply crates. Nobody likes those supply crates. But to turn it into a win, it just continues to double down on the narrative that we've been talking about from the beginning. The fact that these guys are so ridiculously experienced, and, well, good teams will get good spots. Great teams will play for bad spots and make them look amazing.
And meanwhile, the only team that has managed to take more than 1 win for today has been CDE. So they were consistent, but also inconsistent at the same time. And I think that's going to be the tone that we have going in from Stormpoint into World's Edge. I know that we've been highlighting the differences between both these maps, but it's important because we see different composition changes, we see different rotations, we see comfortability from some of these squads. And it's interesting because CDE would go from winning some of these games to being one of the first squads out. And that's important to highlight because a lot of these teams, although you have some teams like Internet Gaming stay pretty consistent within the top 3, top 4, even taking a game themselves. You also had CDE win some games, but then lose some really early on.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing, is that teams that did have those 0-point games, as we're about to see some of them, as we take a look at last game, did have the most difficult time, because your average is what all these 6-game days are all about. It isn't really the highlights that do it, although highlights do look pretty cool as we take a look back at these. Eclectic did not have a good time this game, and did get another one of those 0-point games that we were dreading and talking about.
It was just so unfortunate because Jelly had a Mozambique, Eclectic had all full white Evos, and they still were elongating that fight for as long as they could. Where could they have possibly gone, honestly? They would have still been in that line of sight. And Money Miners going absolutely crazy, just fragging out in that last game. Unfortunately, their placement points just were not able to pull through. Yeah, they were able to close out some of that KP, but those placement points are equally, if not even more important to secure that high expectation that you want in the overall leaderboard.
I didn't track when Zednim went out, but can we... Oh, no, never mind. We saw when Zednim went out, but can we just say Zednim was insane in that fight, almost single-handedly turning it around for Wingman season. Blackhand played pretty darn well at the same time. I like that they whipped out the Bangalore on World's Edge. I do like the experimentation that's continued to pop in, but this endgame was just so chaotic.
Just absolutely insane. CDE coming out as the squad to take both Game 4 and Game number 2. Just love how back and forth a lot of these games have been. So chaotic. It would go from 0 to 100 at the very start, then slow things down a little bit. But I feel like overall, Dia, for this final game, the gameplay was pretty quick pace.
Yeah, this was exactly what I think you and I expect from games 5 and 6s, where teams are just willing to take fights that they've been avoiding all tournament long, all day, just to have a hope of accruing a few more points. Because at the end of all of Challenger Circuit, having the most points is what matters. That's what gets you into the Pro League qualifiers, and even the small amount that you can gain by trying a fight, seeing if you can pick up a few extra points, is going to matter in the overall standings that'll be coming up very soon.
Yeah, and, you know, right as we tally up the overall points after that final game, talking about what the points looked like before game number 6, it was TPM sitting in first place with 54 points, Redeem sitting in second with 49 points. Meanwhile, Redeem just won that last game, so that's really important to know, as they may just take it right over TPM and be our first place winners for our very first Challenger Circuit for the second split. But Internet Gaming, that's another team that I was highlighting with their consistency. Even though they only won once, they were still within the top 3 for multiple games tonight. They were sitting at 47 points, but it was so close that CDE was right behind with 48 points, or rather 46 points.
Internet Gaming, by the way, have very clearly done their studying, because their ring play is excellent. So often do they have high ground coming into these end zones, and well, there is a fair amount of RNG in Apex, as there is in any Battle Royale. That kind of stuff doesn't happen by accident, especially when it happens in the way that Internet were able to replicate it. 3 games over the course of 6 is far and away some of the best records that we've seen for being able to maintain an excellent spot in the ring on top of other people.
Yeah, and again, just understanding those rotations and knowing what to prioritize, they were both able to display that on Stormpoint and the World's Edge. And that's the consistency that we're looking for, and that's what's going to be really important as we make that split between both of those maps.
Yeah, and I will keep in mind as well, with a fair amount of forgiveness today, that teams are not only adjusting to Stormpoint, but also to new third players, to having to re-enter the highest level of competition after an off-season that has been swingy for some of these teams, where they've been trialing people time and time again, where they haven't really built up that synergy. As Challenger Circuits continue to go on, and as we see teams return, we're going to get more polished play, and likely a lot more differences between play on Stormpoint and on World's Edge than we saw today.
And some of that play, actually, is the compositions that we had seen. I'm actually surprised to see as much Wraith that I had seen today in comparison to what I had seen in the ALGS Pro League. We saw a lot more Ashe being played. We saw a lot more Caustic being played. I mean, look at what ESA displayed just on Saturday alone, where they had a record-winning gameplay throughout the entire day. They ended with triple digits overall, and you had Skittles just popping off on the Caustic. And with those different compositions, what does that mean for the Challenger Circuit? Are we going to see this composition swap over as the ALGS Pro League also works in parallel to the Challenger Circuit? It's just so many questions as our first weekend comes to a conclusion.
Yeah, one of the things that I am really enjoying is that we don't have what we had last season where a dominant composition takes the stage. You talked about ESA and teams like TSM that were doing, was Val, Gibby, and what was it? I'm missing it.
They had the
Valkyrie
Ash.
Caustic.
They had the Ash at 1.2 with Hal being on the Ash. So it's just, yeah, because Verhulst was always on the Valk. You have reps obviously always on the Gibby. And then Hal was on the Ash for quite some time there too. So again, it's just that composition that we've been seeing a lot more often from the Pro League. And then looking at the Challenger circuit, we saw the Gibby, Valk, and Wraith, I would say, with just the one just left field pick of Bangalore for that one. So we saw Loba popping off with those black markets and those late circles being so lethal, just being able to hold down a position without overextending and putting yourself in a bad spot. And that one team that was repping the crypto that had more success, in my opinion, looking at their performance on Stormpoint versus what we had seen on World's Edge.
Now, something that you and I both know is that typically EMEA are the innovators, right? Historically, they've been the ones that are pulling out things like crypto, like Caustic, like Loba, and experimenting. I'm wondering, based on your opinion, whether you feel like the experimentation that we've seen this season is North America getting more creative, or whether it is that the meta is more balanced than it ever has been.
I think it's balanced, but I also think a lot of players moving away from Stormpoint are just figuring things out to see what they feel most comfortable with. Because then you take a look at APAC, you don't just see cryptos, you're seeing Watsons being played out. And then when you have the crypto EMP getting put down, you have to start being more mindful over your dome positioning, over when you want to throw down your dome. And then on the other hand, if you're running Caustic, that EMP is going to delete your Caustic bureaus. It's going to delete your Watson fences. So it's just interesting to see how the compositions have changed across multiple regions, both in the Pro League and in the Challenger circuit.
I'm really looking forward to seeing more crypto on both maps as well, because I know that we got a taste of it today. We got a taste of the Horizon as well, but with their ability to warp games around them, I know that these teams have the ability, and not only that, but have the personalities to make these legends work. We see somebody like InterNerd picking up the crypto. I could see it working really well. We see somebody like Abstinence picking up the Horizon. I could also see that going great, as they have been proven to fight really well. We do have the scores from last game pulled up and ready for you guys, though. So let's take a look at that.
Take a look at the overall leaderboards, or rather the map 6 standings. Redeem with 14 kills. Dio, we were highlighting TPM with 14 kills themselves. That was the most kills that we had seen from a game-winning team. Now Redeem, they move in, they sweep it from right underneath TPM to match up with them with 14 kills and a win themselves. And remember, this is a team that was sitting right behind TPM originally in second place before that game 6.
And at this rate, they should have overtaken the top spot. You can only imagine Money Miners in 6th place should have also placed pretty darn well, considering that while their performances were swingy based on kills, they were consistently in top 10 today.
Yeah, and InterNerd Gaming, no surprise, with those 8 kills themselves, being able to consistently come on top. Yeah, it was second place there for InterNerd Gaming and securing good amount of KP. This was a team that was also in 3rd place before that last game too. So I feel like we were talking about how a lot of these teams that came out on top in the early game today, in game 1, game 2, kind of started falling off a little bit, with more of that consistency showing after game 4.
Yeah, it's certainly so. I think one of the teams that we didn't get the chance to talk about a lot, but that did certainly impress, was Alter Ego, who I did not know coming into this Challenger circuit. When I was taking a look at the teams that had made it, trying to figure out exactly who everyone was, how they'd come together, Alter Ego came up as a big question mark, having emerged mostly in the off-season. But to have them perform as well as they did yesterday, taking 2nd overall, and to be able to perform as well as they did today, also not being one of our teams that frequented the 0-point games, they bring me a lot of hope for the Challenger circuit and Split 2.
Yeah, and you know, now going on to our other teams on the other side of this page, looking at teams that unfortunately didn't perform to the expectations that we were expecting here. I'm talking about Wingman Season, who had a bit of a rough game today. I mean, I think their best placement today was 4th place alone, and I think overall they were able to secure 19 kills, with Zednam popping off like we had seen even in that late game, in that last game, just trying their best to stay alive, but just did not have the day that I was expecting expecting them to have. And then I also feel like I curse Asteria talking about how I could have seen them taking this, take top 5. I'm not too sure if it was just an off day for them, but unfortunately, it's to be expected when it is just the first weekend of the Challenger Circuit Finals.
Yeah, their flexibility does have to improve. I remember Asteria from last Challenger Circuit as this very well-studied team that, in a lot of the ways, like Internet Gaming, was able to control zones really well, but if they're not able to get to that late game, it really does start hurting them. And for Wingman Season, I feel like it's almost a different thing entirely, because they've got 3 incredible mechanical players that have yet to be joined by when they should fight, I think is the words I'm going to go with.
I could see that because you saw how they were trying to get aggressive, especially in that Game 5. We highlight how Game 5 is really important because it allows teams to understand where they're situated in terms of their points, how many kills they need to close up so that way they could go into Game 6 having a game plan in mind. But every single time Wingman Season tried to take a fight in that Game 5, it looked like they were forced to back off because they were, even though they're super talented players on that roster, they were losing some of the trades and feeling like they didn't have the confidence to push into the spots that they wanted. So maybe a different look overall for that team going into the next weekend. I love to see what they have up their sleeve because, again, big fan to see what that roster has. But Redeem just popped off today. They secured so many kills overall. I believe double the amount of kills than second place had gotten with Internet Gaming sitting in that second place spot.
Yeah, this was an incredible performance by Redeem, and it's why we talked about how seasoned they are as well, their ability to take kills, and also in this particular case take games. I think actually taking less games on the day than I had expected them to, because if anybody was going to double up on wins, I did think it was going to be Redeem.
Yeah, I'm wondering here what Redeem was able to finalize their score points for today. The overall leaderboards, even though Redeem wasn't like CDE who had taken first place 2 times, they still were able to consistently stay on top with their KP.
Yeah, now that we've got this sort of idea, this baseline for teams in Challenger Circuit, my curiosity also lies with who will be able to make it in again, because I know that we have plenty of talented teams going out before in the semifinals, and that happens a lot in Challenger Circuit, that the returning teams are the ones that are able to stack up best at the end of the season, but that consistency is hard to nail down, and there were even teams today that made it in off of incredible first place performances where they picked up a bunch of kills that we might not see next week, despite the fact that these high highs are achievable.
And to sprinkle some excitement over why the Challenger Circuit is so fantastic to follow is, look at the Pro League right now. Look at what the Challenger Circuit teams are doing right now in the Pro League. Day number 2, they were absolutely popping off. Nightmare was popping off. A lot of our other Challenger Circuit teams were just doing so well in the Pro League, and that's why that these teams are competing right now in the Split 2 Challenger Circuit, because they want their shot to actually contest with the pros in the Pro League.
Yeah, this is also a place that I think a lot of our members will be familiar with as well, since we do have a lot of subs from pro teams and pro teams stepping in. I know that we've got an interview coming up really soon, and it is going to be with Z Davis from the winning team Redeem. Z Davis, can you hear us? I can't hear you.
I cannot hear
me?
Z Davis.
All
Oh, there we
right.
go.
there
Now
we
we
go.
can hear
Woo!
you.
We're good?
Let's
Hey,
go.
Z Davis, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the casting desk, where we've been talking about you guys nonstop for the past 6 games, because
Thanks.
you guys were doing really, really well. I know that a big focus that we had today was how Stormpoint was going to impact Challenger Circuit teams, and I know that Redeem has had the opportunity to practice a lot more on Stormpoint than some of the other teams would have. Can you talk to us a little bit about the differences in at least Redeem's personal playstyle between the 2 maps?
So we run Bang on Stormpoint. We just find it a little bit easier than Ash. Usually the main 2 comps are Bang or Ash with Gibby Valk. We play Bang because it secures not only with our ults, we can use Bang ult and Gibby ult to burn bubbles and then just basically delete teams from the lobby because they have no more cover. And then smokes on top of that. Game 2 or 3, when we got caught under the rocks, we just basically smoked our feet the entire time and nobody shot at us because nobody even knew we were there. So we just run Bang, and we just kind of play. We play out of C-Note, so we get really good armors and stuff from the spider caves near it. And then we'll either hit the beacon there or hit a beacon out, and then we'll just try and rotate either into a good spot in zone where we either just have to make one small rotation or one Valk ult, or we'll try and get center zone. The only zone we fumbled was wall. We just didn't have a good Valk ult, and we kind of just made a blind call and fumbled the forced fight that we had to take. And then for World's Edge, I switched to Wraith, and we play out of Frag West. Oxy will go hit a beacon if we got it, but usually we just stick around and play Crafter, or we'll get to zone early. The Dome Zone, we kind of played Hard Edge because we can't get in until late. And then the Thermal Zone, same thing. We knew it's low. Last game, a lot of teams are going to int, so we're just going to kind of play kind of towards the north of the zone because we're coming from that way, and just kind of play slow and play our own game.
I like how you highlighted how you guys were using the bang. I mean, you guys are the only ones using the bang. Do you think with the other teams figuring out Storm Point that the compositions are going to change throughout the season?
I think those are going to be the main two. I think more people might try Bangalore. I know EU is heavy on Bangalore, and some of NA. I don't know if Torrent was still running it or not, but some NA teams play Bangalore. But I think more people can try it. It's not like you have to have a high skill ceiling on Bangalore. I literally just started playing her when Stormpoint came out for comp. So it's really easy to get into. So I think a lot of teams are going to start trying it in the future, and it'll kind of split the comp up a little more than just hard Ash right now.
And, you know, you guys really popped off that last game. I mean, you guys secured, I think, overall, like 46 kills throughout the day, and you and your team were very consistent in securing those kills. What do you think the difference was for a lot of the teams moving away from Storm Point into World's Edge? Not just your composition, but the other teams in general. Do you think they're struggling a little bit and adapting to the different maps?
I think World's Edge, like Storm Point's new, so kind of other teams can kind of snag a win just because other teams don't know how to play. They might ape a good team, or they might ape a team and get a team out of God spot, and then other teams can just kind of sneak in wins. World's Edge is really like, if you know the map and the gameplay, you're going to know it, and you're going to be, a top team. Our Storm Point games are very mid. We had a 0-point game, I think. But then our World's Edge was consistent. We had 10, 15, and then a 26-point game at the end. Just because we know how to play World's Edge and we know what other people can do a little bit better. Like the Skyhook zone, I mean, I knew that was going to pull North Skyhook the entire time, so we just hunkered down in Diner, and then just kind of played for picks, and just did whatever, because we knew we could just snag like a top 5 pretty easily. So
no, actually, I'm just really glad that you brought up,
because we know how to play World's Edge and we know what other people can do a little bit better. Like the Skyhook zone, I mean, I knew that was gonna pull North Skyhook the entire time, so we just hunkered down in Diner, and then just kind of played for picks, and just did whatever, because we knew we could just snag like a top 5 pretty easily. So
no, actually, I'm just really glad that you brought up World's Edge now, because I wanted to talk about the composition differences that we had seen within the Pro League. I know you were busy competing in the Challenger Circuit, but we didn't see a lot of Wraith in the Pro League. Meanwhile, on World's Edge here in the Challenger Circuit, that's basically all we saw. Do you think there's going to be a change-up with Wraith in these compositions going onto World's Edge? Do you think she's going to be shifted away, and we're going to see a lot more Ashe?
I think if people just want to play a specific like comp across all 6 games, Ashe is going to be the way to go. I like Wraith better than Ashe just because you can play a little bit further, and you have a way to go back with Ashe. You're just going to kind of send onto a team and then kill it and hope you don't get third or anything. But I mean, with our Wraith ports, we literally just ported into other buildings, killed people, got back to our God spot, and then just played from there. I think playing 2 different comps for the maps are better. And I think a lot more people switched over to Wraith when Caustic, got nerfed with the whole gas thing. It wasn't really a nerf, but I think people just got scared out of playing Caustic a lot more. So I think it's just kind of a toss-up again with comps.
That makes sense. It's been interesting to see which teams feel comfortable running the Caustic and which ones don't. My last point of curiosity really does lie around specifically this roster Redeem, because as far as I know, as far as my scouting goes, you as the core 3 and you as Z Davis started playing with the roster around February, and you guys have a lot of experience, but on very different teams. How have you come together, and what are your best points of strength as not just a roster at the Challenger Circuit level, but even at the pro level where I think we're all expecting you to end up?
I think, I started playing with Oxy and Reeds back in February, and then Reeds wanted to kind of do his own IGL thing, which is fine. I'll let the kid run. He's really good. I expect to see him up there soon. So we picked up Joey because he was looking for a team, and he was like, yeah, I'm down to run it. I know he's been playing Gib for nights, so I got off Gib, which is fine because I just took a hard IGL role. It gets me onto Wraith or Bangalore, do whatever. I can play out a little more and make some calls. Our best aspect is probably just being able to know what to fight and what not to fight. I think a lot of people are hesitant on whether they need to make a snap call on a rotate or a snap call on a fight. I did it on the Skyhook game. I should have ported for the terrain building like twice, and I just didn't. We just kind of played there. I could have done a bunch of different things. But I think our greatest strength is just the amount of experience. Oxy is just a hard slayer. Joey just knows exactly what he's doing. Me and him just hold each other's hands and just fry kids. We warm up right before the tournament every morning. Oxy's on controller, so he doesn't have to warm at all. Like, so it's just we're just good. We just know what to do. We have a lot of experience, and so we're just kind of veterans coming into the early scene, just trying to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem like it, especially with the way that you guys are playing those zones. You talked about the Skyhook earlier, and it's just, we were sitting there in awe of how you had predicted, and it really does come down to just knowing things. So I do appreciate you taking the time to let us in on some of the strats, especially the differences between maps, and look forward to seeing Redeem's continued success in Challenger Circuit.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course. Let's pop over to our leaderboards now, see a little bit more about how things ended up, because as we know, Redeem was in first, but what we didn't know is that Inner Nerd Gaming was bringing up the rear about 10 or 11 points behind.
That's why I was looking at Internet Gaming as one of those other teams that just were so consistent next to Redeem, who just finally closed out that last game right there. But let's talk about those points. We were highlighting how close it was before, but they finished with 75 points. Internet Gaming right behind them was 64, and then that 10-point difference between themselves and third place, with TPM ending themselves up in 54 points.
Okay, this is another season of TPM, by the way. I know that I was talking up Redeem. I think TPM's going to start breaking, and Inner Nerd definitely wowing us as well. But these top three, I think we can expect to see up here again. I'm surprised at the same time by Wingman season and the fact that they actually did manage to place top 10, despite the fact that we were talking about the lack of being able to take perhaps the right fights at all times. And in the bottom half of the leaderboard, an unexpected CCE appears.
Yeah, CCE, they're still right there. 25 points overall. CIMJ with 26 points. That was the team that was running that crypto squad. ZLB sitting on top, though, tying up with Shadowpoint with 28 points.
You know what? I thought Shadowpoint actually did pretty well today, especially on Storepoint. Interestingly enough, it was World's Edge where they faltered, but this was a team that I was relatively high on, that I was sad to see came in with a sub. Despite that, getting into the top 12, pretty darn good, and I think that it's safe to say that I look forward to their return in the coming weeks, as I look forward to everyone's return, because as we talked about, it is a little bit of a gamble. Whether you can make it through to the finals or not, you've got to run through so many talented squads that want this Pro League spot, that want the chance to compete at that highest level, and it's incredible to watch their journeys there. I appreciate you for casting alongside me, Vicky, for all these 6 games. The transition between Stormpoint to World's Edge and all the chaos in between.
Absolutely, Di. I absolutely love casting with you, and of course seeing the Challenger Circuit teams make their runs again, because I got to see the Challenger Circuit teams pop off, make their way into the first split of the Pro League. Now they're popping off in the Pro League for Split 2. I'm expecting to see the same for our Challenger Circuit teams in the Split 2 as we finish our first week. That's going to be it for us for tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and don't forget, we got some more Challenger Circuit action next week, next Monday, same time, same place, and we'll see you there.